We have dates for Buffalo Bills training camp. It's going to get going in just over a month at St. John Fisher, July 23rd, the first day for Bills camp. Also will feature the return of the Blue and Red, which will take place at 5:30 p.m. on Friday, August 1st at the stadium, the last training camp scrimmage in that stadium. There's going to be a lottery drawing for training camp tickets due to the limited capacity. You can get all the details and the schedule on our website at WGR550.com. The Baltimore Ravens signing cornerback Jair Alexander, formerly of the Packers, yesterday to a one-year, $4 million deal. It was only one day after Lamar Jackson campaigned for Baltimore signing Alexander. Tonight, Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Oklahoma City leading the series 3-2, so they can win the championship with a win in Indiana. 8:30 p.m. is tonight's tip-off. And hockey rumor from Elliot Friedman. He said yesterday on his 32 Thoughts podcast that he has heard no indication that Alex Tuch would not sign a contract extension or want a trade out of Buffalo. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR SportsRadio550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday. It's going to be windy today. Your favorite for golf, Joe.
And I'm golfing today.
Gusting of,
on the lake.
Gusting 45 miles per hour.
It's going to be great. Yeah. I'm playing with some guys who have lower handicaps than me. It's going to be nice equalizer.
I know the course
going to make it worse.
You are playing on the lake, and it's going to be. Let me actually.
I think it'll make it worse. Usually would make it worse.
Yeah.
I assume.
Let me punch in Fredonia here on the weather and see if it's going to be even windier.
Might be really bad.
Yeah. I'll have a good time with that. Remember, you like it windy.
I will. I embrace the challenge.
Oh yeah,
of it being windy.
Here we know.
I embrace it. As long as it's a right to left wind,
right?
Because of my my little slice off the tee there. I mean that would be absolutely perfect. It'd be a dream.
Steady winds about 18, gusting as high as 38.
That's nothing. That's nothing.
That's what you want to golf.
38. We laugh at 38.
That's what you want to golf in.
38. We are supposed to get some thunderstorms, I thought, at some point today. Although I feel like we've been supposed to get thunderstorms for like 3 days in a row, and I haven't seen a raindrop.
Yeah.
So
38 is a fresh breeze, just shy.
A fresh breeze.
Just shy of a strong breeze.
I mean, come on. What is so strong breeze? What, 40?
39. Yep.
They can just go up to
large
make it clean,
branches in motion, whistling heard in overhead wires. Umbrella use becomes difficult. Empty plastic garbage cans tip over. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you know the Beaufort wind scale includes land conditions like that? They'll tell you that umbrella use becomes difficult.
Yeah. When does umbrella use become impossible? Is that when we get to the 1 mile per hour more? When we get to the strong winds?
When we get to high winds, that's at 50, and that says skyscrapers sway in 50 miles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
I don't have to
just get a golf simulator on top of skyscraper. You know, you like to golf in the wind. It'll be swaying. You'll be happy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
golf simulator on a rooftop bar somewhere outside. Yeah.
I went to the simulator last night. I took my son to the simulator last night, and
nice.
Yeah, it's great. Like they have putting games that are these wacky putting games, and he loved that. And there's also a couple of games where you can kind of just hit the ball. And as we're leaving, he's 4 years old. As we're leaving, he says, Daddy, like, can we build one of these at our house? So you get a cardboard box and a sheet, and we'll hit the ball at the sheet, and we'll have one of these at home. Mm-hmm. And I said, you're saying you want a simulator?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want a simulator. Talk to your mom.
There you go.
Talk to your mom.
There's your ticket. I think you just have to go ahead and do it for his birthday next year. And then when pressed about it, just say, he asked for it.
That's
What do
right.
you want? I asked what he wanted for his birthday, and here it is.
That's right.
You know a guy that can build you something too.
True.
I'm a carpenter over here.
There you go.
You got your resources ready to go.
Here we go.
I don't exactly know how much they cost, based on which one you get, which team. But I said, well, buddy, those are kind of expensive. You need some space, and you need like $20,000. And he said, can you get $20,000? All right. He's not coming off this anytime soon. So anyway, he wants us to get a golf simulator now, which I don't think will be happening. But anyway, it was great. Get out there and get him swinging the club. Mm-hmm. Good times.
Did they have the Angry Birds game on there?
Yes, there's a couple. There's one where you hit a ball and it hits monsters in a castle.
Yes,
and there's another
that's
one
a good
where
one.
you can you throw dynamite at exploding cars. Yeah. Good.
Okay.
We played the kids' games.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
It was, quality time spent. I got some swings in. He got some swings in. We played a couple holes at Bandon Dunes.
Have you thought about already when you'll take him on the golf course for the first time and how you'll go about that?
He's been around greens and putted, but the first time I'll actually have him swinging.
Yeah.
It'll be
I remember when I'm 5-6 years old, I would go once in a while, hit my ball, but I would then have to pick my ball up and take it to my dad's ball.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yep.
I'm not gonna hit 15 shots every hole.
I don't remember how old I was when I first went with my dad. I know I when you're 8 to 10 is when you start to drive the cart. Right?
Okay, yeah.
What age does your dad
You're not
at 4. You can't reach the
no.
pedals. You got to be able to reach the pedals to drive the cart, even though that might not exactly be it might be frowned upon.
At 8, are you yeah, I guess you could
Am
be.
I
You could
10?
be.
Am I 10 driving the cart? You can drive a go-kart, you can drive a golf cart. And if you've ever, as a kid, driving the golf cart is one of the more appealing things to playing golf.
If you can drive a go-kart, you can drive a golf cart. Okay. Yeah, that's probably... I mean, you're in a more controlled environment, I feel like, in the go-kart.
You got less room for error. In a golf cart, you got wide open, you got fields.
That's true, but...
And competitors in golf
There are
go-karts.
trees, and there are more obstacles, and,
Yeah, but you're not racing.
creeks.
And in a golf cart, your dad can just, grab the wheel or step on the brake. In a go-kart by yourself, you're probably, doing your own thing.
That's true.
The thing I remember about playing golf as a kid was my dad let me tee up the ball no matter where I was.
Okay.
So I'd be
Yeah,
in the
that's fine.
fairway, and I would tee up the ball a little bit and hit it off of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I also hit a 7-iron for 98% of my shots
Okay.
when I was learning how to play.
So 7-iron's your best club now?
You know what? No.
No? All that practice?
I don't know that I would even have a club I could call my best club. I have no idea. I'm not even comfortable enough. I'm not confident enough in anything
club.
in anything that I
Wow.
do to say I'm good with this. No.
You don't have a favorite.
I wouldn't say that. To me, there's a.
Oh, you have a favorite, but you wouldn't say you... Because that feels like you would just automatically pick whatever club
I
you're
would
best
put them. I would put them in tiers like NFL quarterbacks.
Okay.
Like the drop up from my 6-iron to my 5-iron in confidence is significant. The drop from my 8 to my 7 in the golf bag is it's there. Mm-hmm. Whereas
No one's confident in the 60.
I am. Yes, I'm very confident.
Okay,
in the
well,
60.
there you go. You're
Not-
unique, I think.
I'm very confident in the 3-wood. Mm-hmm. I got a new driver. I'm still building it. So,
All right.
yeah. So a tier-based system, I guess. The driver is high on the tier-based system because I'm not mad at it yet. I guess. I got to go out and play more. Anyway, 100 holes a week from today. 100
Nice.
holes. I'll have an opportunity.
Hope it's not blistering hot, but looks like it could be.
Listen, if you gave me the choice between 90 degrees or 40-mile-an-hour winds, I would take 90 degrees.
You're at least you'll be comfortable in the wind.
No.
You're not going to be sweating profusely if it's 30-mile-per-hour winds.
I can't think of anything worse than playing 100 holes and you have a par 4 that's 400 yards into a 30-mile-an-hour wind. It would be misery to play that many holes in wind. You have to work so much harder when you're playing in the wind.
You think you're working harder doing that than if it's 92 degrees
Yes.
and you're sweating walking up and
100%.
Because that'll drain you. The heat will drain you.
I got Gatorades. I got hydration drinks.
You get windbreakers.
Doesn't work.
Well, that'll work for
you
won't work for the
can't
ball.
put a windbreaker on your golf ball. That doesn't work. If they invent that, I'll play in the wind.
They invent like those shields that like shoot out of like the spaceships when they come back to Earth, like the heat shields.
Okay.
Like a golf ball that like shoots out a little like a reverse umbrella.
I'll get the guys at Encore.
Or how about
that right away?
How about a parasail that shoots out of the golf ball when you're with the wind, and then your ball travels like 600 yards. Now we're talking.
Encore's on it.
These are just ideas.
Get the R&D team on it.
Yes,
All right,
this is just me in a room with them, just spitting ideas.
Encore's new parasailing ball.
Yes.
All right. Why not? 803-0550, our number. Happy Thursday. The NHL offseason's upon us. The Bills have a training camp schedule, which did get me thinking about golf. And by the way,
Sure.
we already have 2 invites out there, so
Beautiful.
lining it up. We're going out to camp 8 times, it would appear. Mm-hmm. We pretty much just know we're going to be there if they're practicing in the morning. We're going to be there.
Yes.
And there are 8 morning practices during the week, so we're probably out for 8 shows in Rochester. And it's not that far away. It's a month and 4 days. Not bad.
I'm very excited. I love doing the show outside, which we get the chance to do there. And I don't know what we'll get for storylines this go-around versus maybe past training camps. But either way, something always presents itself, I think. Hairston will battle for a starting job, right? And James Cook probably won't be signed when we show up. So I think we'll still have a good what does Dalton Kincaid look like?
Yeah, I think
even just how many what does his muscle tone look like?
If I was guessing ahead of time, this will be a fun game. What will be the story of camp?
Yeah,
and I will guess that it will be a 3-week hype train for Kincaid and Coleman.
Yeah,
that's what it'll be. How they look, whether they look different, whether they look better, which we're already hearing that from OTAs, from minicamp, that Kincaid was in the gym the whole time and he was hurt, and Coleman is ready to take it, whether it's more seriously or if it's just he's in a better space to prepare to live life as an NFL player. I think that training camp will be about those 2. The Bills' last 2 top invested offensive players and how they're ready to break out and make a difference. That or Elijah Moore, who... Again, toss him in that bucket.
It's funny that we go right to Moore for that and not Palmer.
Yes,
because
I think
Palmer
so.
He really is like the same to me. The same caliber of player. He's paid way more and on a multi-year contract, but there is, I don't know if it's just because he's newer and we talked about Palmer when he signed and then Moore was kind of, post-draft. But something about it is drawing me and I think many to Moore for this. Is that because we know Palmer's going to have a role and Moore, it's more of a question?
Isn't it anything you say about Moore? Isn't it because he's a guy that got 100 targets?
Yeah,
that's the only reason he's played on another team and got a lot of targets.
That's right.
And targets are earned. And if you went to Cleveland and got 100 targets, wait till Josh Allen gives you 100 targets.
Mm-hmm. And Palmer did have 100 targets, but that was 3 years ago. So they've each had 100 targets once, but Moore, it just happened last year, and with Palmer, you got to go back to 2022.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a big reason for it. And a lot of it could also be you go back to their draft classes, and I mean, Josh Palmer is a 3rd-round pick in 2021. I don't remember ever thinking about him before that NFL draft. Maybe we would have mentioned his name leading up to it.
Josh Palmer?
Josh Palmer. Yeah. But I don't remember it. No. Moore was like a guy I was watching highlights and film breakdowns of, like on a daily, but on a bi-daily or a weekly basis leading up to that draft, trying to figure out which guy I liked the most. And I think when it got to draft day, he was the one I liked. And I don't really want to knock him too much for the career he's had because of the quarterback point. I don't know how often that ends up being true, that, this guy only wasn't good because of his quarterbacks, and then he goes to a good quarterback, and it does actually look different. But, I mean, it makes sense on paper that it would be different.
Who's the Rushmore of that?
Guy who couldn't do it because his quarterback stunk, and then... Yeah. He went to the good quarterback and it worked?
Yeah. Or maybe it didn't stink, but it wasn't there. People weren't convinced. Is A.J. Brown on this list? He didn't stink, but
Right.
he wasn't thought of the way that he is now.
No, he's arguably, a top 3 receiver in the league right now.
Yep.
And he was very good in Tennessee.
Right. With the Titans, his career high in catches was 70. And with the Eagles, that's 88, 106, and then 67 last year because he missed time.
Okay. That's a pretty good one.
It's a decent one. I feel like he was known to be good, just not thought as like a top 4, top 5 receiver.
Locally, was John Brown this a little bit, where his quarterbacks did he have Jackson for a year? No, he didn't. Flacco probably. And then who was Arizona's quarterback before the Bills with Josh Allen? It's not Kyler.
Beasley is in this discussion, but
What about like Wes Welker for this?
Okay, but isn't he a guy that was thought of well, then goes to Brady, and it's like, well, he's only good because of Brady? Not
Okay,
they unlocked him.
That's
football's are always arguing over who is actually good, and they can't both be good.
Yeah,
only one guy's allowed to be good.
The 2 years before New England, Welker had 29 catches for 400 yards, and the next year 67 catches for 687 yards. And then he goes to New England, and he immediately rattles off 300 catch-yard seasons.
Yeah.
So, okay, came to mind as a guy that elevated at least. And probably what would the Patriots fan have said about him in 2007? Or what would a reporter have said about him? Like, hey, this guy, they like his skill set. Don't worry about the stats. The stats don't look as good because, it was Miami.
Right.
It's going to look better here. It's a little closer.
Had me thinking about Jalen Waddle yesterday, talking about Marcel Louis-Jacques and how Waddle has been kind of forgotten about there.
I don't know what's going on with him.
He's good. There's no doubt about that. All right, who else is on the list? He got to a better... Diggs was good. He got to a better situation and was great.
Yes.
That's one.
Some of these, though, even Diggs is this because Cousins is pretty good.
Pretty good.
And, that's not Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore's quarterbacks weren't pretty good. They were horrible. Like Zach Wilson and the Streliever guy that we keep talking about in trivia questions that played for the Jets. Yeah, that was one of his quarterbacks in New York.
Streveler,
whatever.
Something.
Guys you've never heard of.
You might be right.
Throwing the football to Elijah Moore. He didn't have Ryan Tannehill throwing him the football. He had nobodies.
Yeah.
Terrible quarterbacks throwing him the football.
On our YouTube chat, AC mentions Garrett Wilson. The only problem with that is he's great now. He's had 1,000-yard seasons with everybody.
Yeah.
You can't say he's a bum with Zach Wilson because he's great with Zach Wilson.
Right. Some guys are so good that they're quarterback proof, right?
Yep.
Isn't Mike Evans this a little bit?
Isn't Justin Jefferson's quarterback proof?
Jefferson probably is, yeah.
All of a sudden, Sam Darnold's good.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right. But how many different quarterbacks has Evans played with? Since 2014,
Brady,
it doesn't
Jameis,
matter who it is.
Baker.
I guess a lot of those guys aren't. Again, this is part of the point. Those are pretty good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And we're not talking Elijah Moore bad quarterbacks.
There's a pretty big gap between Brady and Jameis. Speaking of all this quarterback talk, coming up at 8 o'clock today, Kevin Cole of the Unexpected Points Substack and podcast, and he does a series. We actually were talking about it maybe yesterday or the day before, ranking all the quarterbacks and their GOAT status. And it had... Trent Green above Troy Aikman, which is good stuff. And we'll get into his methodology. He has dropped where Josh Allen is, which is 31st. Josh and Lamar are very close to each other and at about 31st overall ever to play the game. Right now, that's where they kind of lock in. So we'll talk to Kevin Cole about that at 8 o'clock, where Allen can move to. Because I'd say to you, I think he's better than Roethlisberger. I would not dispute Roethlisberger had a better career. So Allen's got to do more to pass Roethlisberger. And it'll be interesting. So that's 8 o'clock today. Bill's training camp schedule is out. And we were just kicking around the idea of who's the standard for a receiver that popped with a better team, that popped with a better franchise.
It's surprising that never happened with a Bills receiver. Because you would think they had some talented receivers during the drought.
Lee Evans and Stevie Johnson would have been a case for this. They were also both kind of good here, not wasted. I mean, Stevie had 3 1,000-yard seasons. If Evans had played with a real quarterback, a really good quarterback, I feel like his career would have gone a lot differently.
Right, but he was almost here too long.
Yeah.
Right? He was here for 7 years.
I watched a video last week of Chad Johnson saying that Stevie Johnson had the best release package in football and that he would have been great with somebody else other than Fitz. He was pretty good with Fitz. And his career went to San Francisco and L.A., and nothing really happened after that. So a guy leaving the Bills and blossoming, I mean, didn't happen with Gabe Davis. Didn't really happen with
Robert
Foster. I mean,
Sammy Watkins.
Sammy Watkins, right?
Watkins got elite quarterbacks too, and it still didn't. I mean, he might have just been torched by injuries at that point.
He would have been a great theory for this. Like, I think he'll become great. It never happened.
No, he was good at the start. That's where I almost wondered, did he just get injured so much that it couldn't really stick? Because he was talented. Those first 2 years for the Bills, I mean, I think he's second in Bills history in receiving yards per game. Like, there was production there.
I have a confession to make on Sammy Watkins, and that is that right now, it's before 7 a.m., I can't remember who they traded him to. Because he played for a million teams.
I could tell you who they traded him to. Do you remember the teams he played for? Get the gears grinding here. 623. Who did he play for?
He played for
4 teams.
The Ravens. He played for the Chiefs.
Yep, that was for 3 years.
He played for the Rams.
The Rams is who the Bills traded him to.
Okay, because I thought it was Darby they traded to the Rams, but Darby was to the Eagles.
Darby was to the Eagles, and they got Jordan Matthews back.
Okay, yeah, right. Another. No,
forgotten Bill. You also missed the Packers for Watkins.
Packers, yeah.
So he played with Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Jared Goff, and Aaron Rodgers. Mahomes was the one I hadn't mentioned there.
Yeah. Well, it didn't really work for him.
No, and his career high in yardage was with Kyle Orton.
Well.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe is this proof a little bit that maybe it doesn't happen as much as we think? The receiver that, guys, he's going to be better here because this is the best quarterback he's ever had. And then, maybe it shouldn't be so automatic.
I think it happens. I just think you should temper your expectations. What probably happens? A guy like Elijah Moore, not a lot there, to, he's pretty good. You're not just going to launch to the Jamar Chase threshold. If you are that good, then you're going to be that good with anybody.
Right. Like a guy that would have been a good test of this, although I don't know how good his quarterback's about to be this year, but like DJ Moore would have been a good test of this, right? He's really good.
Yep.
But he's had nobody. Like he's had Bridgewater and like the ancient remains of Cam Newton and just nothing throwing him the football in Carolina. Kyle Allen maybe is one of his most popular quarterbacks. And then it's like, okay, he's finally getting a great quarterback, but I don't know if his quarterback's actually great. We'll see. Ben Johnson. But
yeah,
that was supposed to be a guy that would elevate with a better quarterback, and we'll see if he actually gets a better quarterback. Because I don't know that I would say Caleb Williams has actually been so much better yet than,
no, not at all,
than any of those Panthers guys.
803-0550 is our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Thursday. 11-day power plays underway.
Yep.
Got some family playing.
Opening ceremonies last night.
WGR team plays a week from today. I'll miss that because of the 100 holes, which apologies to the WGR team. So that's going on. Ride for Roswell's coming up. It's fundraiser season. It's also NHL offseason. We had a trade yesterday in the NHL. The Predators and the Devils struck a trade. So trade season. All right. Let's see it.
There's a lot of rumors. This might be the best looking free agent class that I've seen in the NHL. Yeah. And it's, you know how like you'll look out a year and be like, all right, who's going to be in free agency next year? And then the list is amazing because nobody has signed yet. This is one I feel like where a lot of those guys didn't end up signing. Like more than we talk, Marner comes up a lot and Sam Bennett and Ekblad come up a lot, but like almost a Sabre like 1,000 times. Nikolai Ehlers is going to be a free agent. And Brock Besser is going to be a free agent. And, like, Ivan Provorov is, like, 15 down the list. Like, there's a lot of good names.
Well, I've got 3 names on the Daily Face-Off top 50 free agent list that I'd like to talk about, and all 3 of them are goalies.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like there's a path for a goalie, but we should, of course, be talking about a goalie. They're going to need saves. And if you want to tell me where they're coming from, I'm all ears. Because I'm not convinced. 8030550. I also was going to think of a fun game where, like, Frank Saravelli and Daily Faceoff's top 50 free agents over under are one of the highest Sabre hits on this list.
I was thinking, isn't it? I meant to look this up and I hadn't yet. Are we going to get the biggest free agent contract that Kevin Adams ever given out this summer? Like, what would the odds of that be?
To who?
But that's the thing. I don't think the bar is. What is the biggest contract they've given out? Is it Clifton?
3.3. Something like that.
They gave, that was like, so what, 9 total? They gave Taylor Hall 8 total.
Yeah.
But that was 1 year. Isn't it amazing that was Kevin Adams?
I was going to say the highest multi-year free agent contract. Is what you're asking.
Right. What even just the most total money they've given in a contract. I think Clifton might be the answer.
All right.
So I don't even know if it would be saying anything for me to say, they're going to sign their highest paid free agent of this GM this summer. I'll look to see if we're missing anybody, but I think it might be Connor Clifton.
When we get back, give us the leader in the clubhouse. The highest AAV on a multi-year free agent the Sabres have signed. 8030550. Sabres season is here. Bills training camp schedule is out. We've got plenty to get to. Tom Brady opening a Hall of Excellence. Yeah, do you want to go? Road trip, Hall of Excellence.
Where is it?
Vegas, of course.
Fantasy football punishment.
Yeah. You go to the Hall of Excellence. It doesn't sound that bad.
Trip to Vegas is a fantasy football punishment, though.
Right. Well, it doesn't sound that bad.
You can only go there.
I'll get you some of the details. 8030550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning on WGR.
Well, because really, isn't it hard to see them
winning a Peterka trade?
Getting better right now with a Peterka trade? You could win it, but the Reinhart trade is maybe an example of, though, like, it can take a while to win it, even if you feel good about your return. The Sabres got Tage Thompson out of the Ryan O'Reilly deal.
It took a while.
It took forever.
Well, that's probably
the Reinhart trade was 4 years ago now. You feel pretty good about both individuals to different extents, more about Kulich.
I feel better about Kulich just because his path is like already he's here.
But to different extents, I feel like you feel pretty good about both guys you acquired in the deal. And at the moment, you still 4 years later have like nothing really to show for it. You're expecting to, but not in 4 years.
The difference is in the Reinhart trade, you heard the comments there from Kevin Adams, where we are, where we're going, that's the start of a rebuild. And they are not doing that right now. So if 31 offers come in for Peterka, you're saying like, hello, yes. If it starts with picks and prospects, see you later. Mm-hmm. Unless you have, you answer a call on the other hand, like, oh, well, if I gave you a pick and a prospect, would you give me something from your team? Mm-hmm. You could combine Peterka and Byram. I mean, the Sabres trade Steve Ott and Ryan Miller in the same deal to try and add first and second round picks. And that was so, add it together, maybe. Maybe they both go to Vancouver for Pettersson. I don't know, whatever. The offseason's underway.
I have a different Let's Get Stupid involving McDavid. So he's 1 year left on his contract. Mm-hmm. Kawhi Leonard it. What if you knew he's leaving in a year, no matter what? Edmonton knows the same thing. What would you trade for him?
For 1 year of McDavid?
You know it's only going to be 1 year. What would you be willing to give up? Would you give up Tage?
Yeah.
Would you give up Dahlin?
Do I get to know in the future if these players demand trades in 2 years?
You do not get to know that. You only have the information that you have at present. But I'm letting you know, McDavid's letting you know, I am walking in a year. I'll play for you. I'll play hard for you. We'll try to win a championship, but I'm gone in a year. Dahlin for McDavid.
Okay, because you're not getting it done with draft picks.
No, sure. I mean, of course you'd be willing to give up. You can be willing to give up 5 first-round picks for a year of McDavid.
I'll tell you who should do that is every good team.
Mm-hmm. Kawhi Leonard. Hey, that worked. He won.
He did.
Toronto doesn't regret that. I would not give up Darlene, by the way, for that. I think.
I just had you giving up everything from the logos to the sticks.
Yeah, but I'm getting him forever. Like I'm gonna build around him eventually, right? Aren't I? Wouldn't your question basically be, could you see them winning the Cup with McDavid this year? Isn't that your question? Because that's why the Raptors did it. The Raptors did it because they thought they could win a championship with the one star player.
All right, this has been Let's Get Stupid. I mentioned roster build. I want to get to. I've got two stats of the day. We'll double up. Why not? One is that Florida led in this series for more than any other team had led in the series. The numbers on that. Florida, by the way, and it all happened in first periods. The goal differential in the first period in this series.
Oh, yeah.
Huge. Florida scored 14 to Edmonton's 3 in the first period. Games after 20 minutes. 2-1 Florida, 3-2 Edmonton, and then 2-0, 3-0, 2-0, 2-0 Florida. So that's part of it. Then Chris Johnston added, the Panthers spent more time leading during this Cup final than any team in history. They were leading for 255 minutes and 49 seconds.
WGR550.com. Jair Alexander signs with the Baltimore Ravens. 1-year deal for the former All-Pro corner in Green Bay. He is going to be a Raven for 1 year, $4 million. Tonight, Game 6 of the NBA Finals. The Thunder and the Pacers. Oklahoma City can win the championship with a win. It's an 8:30 tip-off tonight in Indiana. And Elliot Friedman said yesterday on his 32 Thoughts podcast that he has heard no indication that Alex Tuck would be unwilling to sign a contract extension with the Buffalo Sabres and has not heard anything about him wanting a trade. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I got some DMs from Sabres fans who, after the last one with Peterka, when we talked about the strategy and the situation around him, it kind of changed. They were panic asking about Tuck. Has Tuck changed his mind too? Like, how does he feel? Because he's eligible for an extension on July 1st. There's zero indication out there that Tuck has either told the Sabres he wants to be traded or he won't sign an extension if one is offered to him. I mean, we'll see what happens. Obviously, at some point in time, the Sabres will go to him about an extension because he can sign one after July 1st. But I've been told there's no indication that Tuck has told the Sabres he won't consider it.
Elliot Friedman. That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
until it gets to the start of the season without an extension,
Right. When do you get nervous?
well,
If you get to September 1st and he isn't signed.
I'm not going to say I won't get nervous, but it benefits both the Sabres and Tuck to act like everything's fine. Their messaging,
Yes, that's right.
Their messaging should be a unified. Oh yeah, we're gonna, we'll get together. We don't feel any pressure here. We love Alex. He loves the Sabres. The messaging on that should be that throughout. The problem is every day that goes by is going to be a little bit more of a. In the meantime, I think there's zero chance they trade him. Zero, and he certainly would know the context of what the situation is, and he will not make the organization look bad. He might take them to unrestricted free agency and then walk. Hey, couldn't get a deal done, blah, blah, blah. But even if that happens, he wouldn't really have to address it or talk about it until, what, next June? Next year's locker cleanout?
I mean, he'd be asked about it on day one of training camp.
This year.
This
no,
year.
I understand. He'll be asked about it.
Oh, I
but
see.
he can push that off. If
Sure.
he decides that he doesn't want to sign, or he's open to hitting the open market, he won't even have to really say that until he has a new deal. Let's fast forward a year from now. It's locker cleanout day. Yeah, I'd love to be back. Boom. All right. He'd love to be back. He says he'd love to be back. And, that might be true under some circumstances. Maybe they make the playoffs, and this point is moot. So there is a full year to convince him, a full year to talk to him exclusively. That report from Friedman to me lines up with what makes sense. Both sides want to look like they're on good terms, as they probably are.
Right, because even when it's been discussed about could he be, a guy that doesn't stay, it's not like the Peterka thing where I got everybody at every corner of the NHL reporting universe telling me, yeah, he's unhappy. This is he sounded a little weird at the end of season press conference,
right?
Which is I think it's very different.
Yeah,
like you're scarred by it, and you're probably sensitive to it if you are following this team because it's happened so many times already. That you're kind of always in a position of bracing for it, even when it might not be true. He might be out there thinking right now, I'm gonna sign on July 2nd with this team. As soon as I'm eligible, I think we're probably getting something done.
If they offer $9 million a year, maybe he'll say, "Sure, sounds great."
Or maybe they negotiate through to right before the start of the season. Didn't Ristolainen go to camp in the final year of his deal and then hold out and they signed him before the start of the year?
I don't know.
I think that happened. I think he went to camp without a contract with 1 year left, and then Murray signed him the day before the season started. You've got months, I think, before if puck drops opening night and he's only got the 1 year left, then I'm really going to think this might be the final year.
I feel like,
but anything before that, I want to be a little tempered about.
If we're playing the what's the real estate element of it game, I think he just built a new house.
Okay,
so.
Just had a new baby.
I've got a buddy that lives nearby.
Yep.
So, does that matter? You could just move back there in 5 years and make this your forever home if
probably
while going to play for the Blues.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't build your house, though, if you were thinking about staying long. Usually you see the opposite, right? Bo Byram moved all his stuff out, right?
That's what they say.
James Cook put his house on the market. That's generally more...
If we're playing the real estate game.
I think the real estate game ends up being... wasn't the first indication Tom Brady was going to leave New England was he put his house on the market? And everyone's like, it's whatever. He's buying a new house. And then he was gone 4 months later.
Maybe. You also have guys that would have 4 houses in different markets. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. We are here. It's a holiday. It's Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth. We are here, though. If you want to join us at any point, you can do that. So the phone lines are open. Free for all kind of. Shoot it at us, whatever you got. Joe was just going through during the break, and I tweeted it out. As the Sabres head to unrestricted free agency, the draft is 8 days away, and unrestricted free agency hits in July.
12 days till free agency.
12 days. They have signed in 5 off seasons with Kevin Adams 6 players in unrestricted free agency to multi-year contracts.
Right.
6.
And one of them is Josh Dunn, who's like an Amerks player.
Yeah.
So it's really 5.
The 6 players to get multi-year contracts: Connor Clifton, Ilya Lyubushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Josh Dunn, and Sam Lafferty. Those are your multi-year contracts with Kevin Adams at the helm of these Buffalo Sabres when you get to unrestricted free agency.
And Clifton, the only one that's more than 2 years.
Yeah.
His was 3. So I don't even think it's really even saying anything. Would you be surprised if they didn't sign their biggest free agent signing this offseason? They want to do something big.
Not counting Taylor Hall, because it's 1 year, $8 million.
Right. But like, in terms of total money given out, right now it's Clifton at $10 million.
Yeah, will they give out more than $10 million in free agency?
I think they'll give a player more than $10 million in free agency this summer.
Okay.
The bar is so low. Like, the list of available free agents, I mean, you could scroll down the list. I mean, I'll scroll past all the big guns, Besser and Bennett and Marner and Ekblad, Marchand, John Tavares, Duchesne, Gavrikov. Like, I'll just keep going and going and going. All right, let me get down to Victor Olofsson. Let's pass that one.
Is this the year that...
I'm trying to find one that doesn't like Patrick Kane. I'm trying to find one that doesn't mean a million other things.
I mean, I'm looking at the same list, and I was just going to say, is this the year that Patrick Kane's on the team?
Maybe. Does you want to bring Jonathan Toews with him? Because he's back. Is this the year Patrick Kane is back? What is convinced Patrick Kane? If he wasn't convinced of them 2 years ago, I don't know why he'd be convinced now.
Because he wants to play and has fewer options?
Dmitry Orlov is like the 7th, rated defenseman in free agency by the list that I'm looking at. What's he going to cost? Probably more than $10 million total.
Yep.
I think his cap hit was $7 million last year. Or if you want, your goalie, although that's the one position. If you look at free agency, I think it's pretty flush. I think you got a lot of good forwards and a lot of good defensemen. Some of them are younger. Then you just get down to goaltender, and if you want a goalie, I don't know if free agency is going to be your market because there's not a lot really there.
There are 3 on that I've seen. Jake Allen, 34-year-old Jake Allen.
Right.
Alex Lyon.
Yep.
And Dan Vladar.
Yeah, like we're not talking about like Allen would be
Jake Allen.
Yeah, Jake Allen. Owens talked about Jake Allen as an idea. My thinking though about like, okay, so he's the number 1 goalie on the market. Edmonton's going to call him the second they're allowed to. They probably already have, and so will other teams. He's fine. Why is he going to come to Buffalo?
Isn't he the guy?
Not like the Sabres stink and they're always terrible and no palm trees. Like, why is Jake Allen going to come to a goalie picture that has a $5 million starter that's probably penciled in above him and then a kid behind him that the organization loves and is just waiting to come take your job? Like, I almost feel like for them to land any goalie of substance, they have to move one of the 2 out.
I don't agree with that.
Like, Jake Allen is not coming to Buffalo if Luukkonen and Levi are on the roster.
You can just tell him he's going to start. I mean, but the thing,
the starter.
The thing I would say, well, you could compete as a starter. I mean, he's older.
But that's what I mean. He's got to compete with 2 guys where he could go to Edmonton and he's just the guy.
I think
that's it.
That's probably right, and he can win. The other thing is he's Lindy's goalie that gets Lindy fired. One of the 2, like right, it all fell apart with goaltending in New Jersey. He's in New Jersey when that happens.
That's
at the end of the season.
He's at the end of the season.
So maybe there's not
right.
much crossover. Here's what I would say about Luukkonen and Levi. The Sabres should not treat Luukkonen like he is a guaranteed product. And I'm officially entering I'll believe Devin Levi is a legit goalie when he's on the team. That's it. I'm not saying he's not good.
Mm-hmm.
I can't spend any more time talking about they love this kid. He's going to be in Rochester for another year. They're going to give him 7 games up here and then decide he's going back to Rochester again. Putting up all these numbers in Rochester, then coming here and not hacking it.
It does feel like we'll go round and round. Like every year, they'll start the year with him here until he proves to them he can't.
I want to say I can't do anything with it until it's a real thing anymore. I got swept up in it in his first year, loved everything about it, got really excited, and I've been just waiting since. So not giving up on it. It's very much I'm not going to watch this pot of water get to a boil. I'm going to wait until the teapot starts to actually whistle. I'm not going to think about him until then.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair? Should they be planning?
I don't know that you shouldn't count on him, but should we be thinking about him? Because I'm thinking about that he's almost definitely starting the year in Buffalo. Right
Okay,
now.
well then if it's him and Luukkonen, we're doing another year where let's hope the goalie situation works out.
That's maybe my most pessimistic part of their team right now. Thinking about them is that I think that's probably what they're going to start the season with, and I am nervous or like I don't. It's not solid. There's so many ways that could go wrong for you.
803-0550. Get a break in. Paul coming up in a moment. Paul in Buffalo. He's online. We'll get a call in. If you want to give us a ring, you can. It's a free-for-all kind of Thursday. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Kevin Cole, unexpected points on the QB GOAT series, where Josh Allen ranks all time, and where he can go from here, of course, with some more success. And training camp schedule is out. We'll talk a little bit more about that and what to expect from training camp, the Battle of the Blue and Red, the preseason schedule, all that. Coming up here on WGR.
Well, because really, isn't it hard to see them
Winning a Paterka trade?
getting better right now with a Paterka trade? You could win it, but the Reinhart trade is maybe an example of, though, like, it can take a while to win it, even if you feel good about your return. The Sabres got Tage Thompson out of the Ryan O'Reilly deal.
It took a while.
It took forever.
Well, that's probably
the Reinhart trade was 4 years ago now. You feel pretty good
about
both individuals that to different extents, more about Kulich.
I feel better about Kulich just because his path is like already, he's here.
But to different extents, I feel like you feel pretty good about both guys you acquired in the deal. And at the moment, you still 4 years later have like nothing really to show for it. You're expecting to, but not in 4 years.
The difference is in the Reinhart trade, you heard the comments there from Kevin Adams, where we are, where we're going, that's the start of a rebuild. And they are not doing that right now. So if 31 offers come in for Paterka, you're saying like, hello, yes. If it starts with picks and prospects, see you later. Mm-hmm. Unless you have, you answer a call on the other hand, like, oh, well, if I gave you a pick and a prospect, would you give me something from your team? Mm-hmm. You could combine Paterka and Byram. I mean, the Sabres trade Steve Ott and Ryan Miller in the same deal to try and add first and second round picks. And that was so, add it together, maybe. Maybe they both go to Vancouver for Pettersson. I don't know, whatever. The offseason's underway. Bills have a training camp schedule, which did get me thinking about golf. And by the way, we already have 2 invites out there, so beautiful. Lining it up. We're going out to camp 8 times, it would appear. Mm-hmm. We pretty much just know we're going to be there if they're practicing in the morning. We're going to be there.
Yes.
And there are 8 morning practices during the week, so we're probably out for 8 shows in Rochester. And it's not that far away. It's a month and 4 days. Not bad.
I'm very excited. I love doing the show outside, which we get the chance to do there. And I don't know what we'll get for storylines this go-around versus maybe past training camps. But either way, something always presents itself, I think. Hairston will battle for a starting job, right? And James Cook probably won't be signed when we show up. So I think we'll still have a good what does Dalton Kincaid look like?
Yeah, I think
even just how many what does his muscle tone look like?
If I was guessing ahead of time, this will be a fun game. What will be the story of camp?
Yeah,
and I will guess that it will be a 3-week hype train for Kincaid and Coleman.
Yeah,
that's what it'll be. How they look, whether they look different, whether they look better, which we're already hearing that from OTAs, from minicamp, that Kincaid was in the gym the whole time and he was hurt, and Coleman is ready to take it, whether it's more seriously or if it's just he's in a better space to prepare to live life as an NFL player. I think that training camp will be about those 2. The Bills' last two top invested offensive players and how they're ready to break out, make a difference. That or Elijah Moore, who, again, I guess toss him in that bucket. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Bills training camp schedule is out. NHL offseason's underway. We had a trade between the Devils and the Predators. And the NHL draft is a little over a week away. Beautiful outside. Going to be windy, though. Paul in Buffalo joins us here in the first hour. Good morning, Paul.
Quick points about Team USA, the most important hockey coming, the Olympics. Not only, of course, does Tage Thompson have to be on the team, but I think just as important, Alex Tuch needs to be on that team. He is one of the great two-way forwards that America has, and there are lesser players who played in the Four Nations, which we found out. Also, with Team USA, I don't know who the heck I want to be the starting goalie. I right now, I think I might take Otter over Hellebuck, but we have enough to choose from there. What I really wanted to talk about, though, is the state of the NHL, which in my 3.5 decades watching hockey, I've never loved the game itself more, just speaking as an objective hockey fan. The Florida Panthers are as good a team as we've seen since the Gretzky-Messier Oilers, it can be argued. And the game has violence and skill and everything you want in it. And yet it just did a terrible rating in the USA. Did a good number in Canada. But just one of the teams being the Edmonton Oilers with Connor McDavid should not destroy the ratings like that. And I don't quite know what the NHL can do to fix that. I don't know if they can do anything because even financially, the players are no longer in escrow. So financially, the game's honestly never been stronger, but I guess just a U.S. rating is never something they're going to get. You just got to accept it's a regional sport, and in many regions it's very strong. And if we can get our act together, it'll be strong here again. Anyway, guys, just wanted your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Have a good show.
Thanks, Paul. I think one thing you could throw this out as a potential idea. Pierre LeBrun did his. Hey, if I were the commissioner, you know what I would do? End the season in May. Mm-hmm. It's June. Mm-hmm. I mean, you might be exhausted of hockey. You might have all these. It's nice outside where everybody lives. I mean, May was terrible. If it was in May, no, May's not often that bad. But the NBA Finals ratings are not very good right now either. I don't know if it's just a cyclical thing or
the NHL. It's a very easy explanation.
Market size.
The reason the ratings were down this year is because the games were on TNT.
Yeah,
that's the reason. Oh, they were down. Everyone's jumping at that big number, 40% from last year.
Were they on ABC last year?
25%. Yeah, they were on ABC last year. The ratings are down 25% from where they're on ABC. They're down 4% from 2 years ago when it was on TNT. It's almost the same. So it's not to say they were down a little bit. It was the lowest rated Game 6 I saw since the Rangers-Canucks Finals in 1994.
It was also not a very compelling Game 6.
No, but it really wasn't that far off from 2 years ago. And the story I read was that the NHL knew that was going to happen, that they knew when it's on TNT, the ratings are going to be down a lot, but they're giving us a huge check.
Yep.
So, yes, we're willing to have lower ratings in the name of TNT's going to give us $1 billion.
Yeah.
That's why the ratings
Which is pretty much the entire model of sports. We don't care if fewer people see it.
Right.
If we get more money for it.
That's 100% what happens.
It's an Amazon playoff game. That's
Yep.
you know,
Apple TV with having all MLS games.
That's my favorite question to ask anybody in any one of these conversations. If a billionaire said, I want to watch this game alone and nobody else watches it, and I'll give you $2 billion for it.
Would they say yes?
Would they say yes?
Right.
My favorite question, no. How about $5 billion? I'm the only one that gets to watch this game.
Right.
803-0550. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, over the air, broadcast network television versus something you have to have. It's not hard to find TNT, but what if you've unplugged, and what if you only have Netflix and over the air? What if you only have
You'd have to sign
Prime?
up for HBO Max just for this if you are a streamer.
Right.
Whereas if you there are easier ways obviously to get ABC and ESPN.
We're going to break in Sal at 7:30 on training camp. I want to tell you a question I was asked, and Baltimore signing Jair Alexander comes into the answer here. It was a question somebody asked me about the Bills and what I worry about. Happened last week at the Wayland party we had. I'll ask all of you this question about the Bills as now we look at the training camp schedule and start to chart our course to the Super Bowl, of course. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I went to the simulator last night. I took my son to the simulator last night, and
nice.
Yeah, it's great. Like they have putting games that are these wacky putting games, and he loved that. And there's also a couple of games where you can kind of just hit the ball. And as we're leaving, he's 4 years old. As we're leaving, he says, Daddy, can we build one of these at our house? So you get a cardboard box and a sheet, and we'll hit the ball at the sheet, and we'll have one of these at home. Mm-hmm. And I said, you're saying you want a simulator?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want a simulator. Talk to your mom.
There you go.
Talk to your mom.
There's your ticket. I think you just have to go ahead and do it for his birthday next year. And then when pressed about it, just say, he asked for it. That's right. I asked what he wanted for his birthday, and here it is.
That's right.
You know a guy that can build you something, too.
True.
I'm a carpenter over here.
There you go.
You got your resources ready to go.
Here we go.
I don't exactly know how much they cost, based on which one you get, but I said, well, buddy, those are kind of expensive. You need some space, and you need like $20,000. And he said, can you get $20,000? All right. He's not coming off this anytime soon.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, he wants us to get a golf simulator now, which I don't think will be happening.
Imagine what if they had somehow been able to hold it together for just a couple more years? What if they were able to keep those guys together for a couple more years and everything else is the same?
Would they have kind of grown up 1 year, 2 years later?
Yeah, because they're in their supporting cast, did it not show up right after they left? The supporting cast, Eichel and Reinhart specifically, the supporting cast that they needed around them to win, 2 years later, it was almost in the playoffs without them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have Tuck if you do that, right? But isn't that the only key piece you don't have if you're not making these trades?
Tage, Dahlin, Oposo.
Right, Dahlin grows into his own and wondering, this is kind of a wondering what they would have been if Granato was the coach. And maybe they're doing the same style. And, okay, Cousins has a big year, and Tage moves to center, but he's playing second-line center, so he's still a producer. And kind of they all do grow into it under Granato, but the difference is I've got Eichel and Reinhart still at the top. I was thinking a lot about that last night because I'm thinking that's a team that you could still be looking at as a perennial playoff team. If you would have got in that first time probably, if everything else is the same and you have those two at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, probably unrealistic. They had already screwed it up because Reinhart was on a bridge deal. You couldn't keep it together.
Yep.
So, you could have played nice maybe with Eichel and in a different circumstance. Maybe you could have played hardball, but just, it doesn't seem tenable. But That was my thought last night that I don't think I've heard said. Like, what would it have looked like if they somehow kept it together a little bit longer?
I went to the simulator last night. I took my son to the simulator last night, and
nice.
Yeah, it's great. Like they have putting games that are these wacky putting games, and he loved that. And there's also a couple of games where you can kind of just hit the ball. And as we're leaving, he's 4 years old. As we're leaving, he says, "Daddy, like, can we build one of these at our house? So you get a cardboard box and a sheet, and we'll hit the ball at the sheet, and we'll have one of these at home." And I said, "You're saying you want a simulator?" Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want a simulator. Talk to your mom.
There you go.
Talk to your mom.
There's your ticket. I think you just have to go ahead and do it for his birthday next year. And then when pressed about it, just say, he asked for it. That's right. I asked what he wanted for his birthday, and here it is.
That's right.
You know a guy that can build you something, too.
True.
I'm a carpenter over here.
There you go.
You got your resources ready to go.
Here we go.
I don't exactly know how much they cost, based on which one you get, but I said, well, buddy, those are kind of expensive. You need some space, and you need like $20,000. And he said, "Can you get $20,000?" All right, he's not coming off this anytime soon. So anyway, he wants us to get a golf simulator now, which I don't think will be happening.
Bills training camp announced. The dates will start July 23rd. It'll be a 9:45 practice. That's also a Wednesday. That'll be day one at St. John Fisher. First practice, at least. And then leads up to the return of the blue and red. Friday, August 1st at Highmark Stadium. That'll be at 5:30 on a Friday. You can check out the whole schedule and look at ticket information. There's going to be a lottery for the limited tickets. All that on our website, WGR550.com. Jair Alexander lands with the Baltimore Ravens. 1 year, $4 million for the former All-Pro corner in Baltimore. Tonight, Game 6 of the NBA Finals. The Thunder and the Pacers, 8:30. Tip-off. Oklahoma City can win the championship with a win tonight. The Pacers can force a Game 7, which would be on Sunday if we get there. To hockey, we are 12 days away from free agency, 8 days away from the NHL draft. Elliot Friedman saying on 32 Thoughts yesterday that he has heard no indication that Alex Tuch doesn't want to sign a contract extension with the Buffalo Sabres or would want a trade out of Buffalo. Back to basketball, the LA Lakers being sold from the Buss family to Dodgers owner Mark Walter for $10 billion. Jeannie Buss will remain in her role running the organization. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
He has to win a Stanley Cup. Like, if he doesn't win a Stanley Cup, things are a lot different. Money's not different. Fame's not different. But in his heart, it'll be different. If he were to go on and leave the Edmonton Oilers, being a former player, really, I wouldn't hate him. Like, you have the right. You really do. It would crush me. It would crush Oilers fans. I would not be somebody who hates him. I would end up being pretty disgusted, though, if he doesn't tell them. Because he knows if he's going to leave, probably in the next month or so, right? If he knows, he has to tell them, and they have to trade him and try to get something. It's disgusting to say it. I've never really felt this way. This loss is just, maybe it's just the heartbreak of it all and like how fresh it is, but I've never felt like he was going to leave. And then seeing him last night, it's just like, I'm not going to be able to do it here, and I got to get a cup.
Ryan Whitney on Connor McDavid. It is a really tough sell for me to say I'm not going to be able to do it here when you've made it to Game 7 and Game 6 of the Cup final. Now, maybe most of the reason they're there is because of him and Draisaitl, of course.
Sure, of course.
But I'm never going to be able to do it here. I don't know. Get a goalie. You should be okay. Get a goalie.
He did sound very, I mean,
he's dejected.
He's
dejected.
Mad. It's the night you lose the game, but you might get some honesty there, too, where he said he's using expletives and saying we keep banging our heads against the wall, trying to do the same thing over and over. And like he's just, I don't know. Again, I'm not going to judge him based on what he said after the loss an hour later, but I don't think it's crazy for him to look around and say, yeah, we're only here because of me and Leon.
Is it crazy for Josh to say the same thing?
No. No, it's not.
We're only here because of me? He doesn't say that.
He doesn't.
But let's
quarterback, though, you get that way more often. Because any quarterback would say that. Burrow would say that. Anybody would say that and say, yeah, of course. Of course you're right. Whereas in hockey, you don't get that as much, right? Like, you don't get, that same mentality from guys. And I don't know. He could think that. He could look and say, like, how come you haven't been able to give me a good goaltender in the whole 10 years I've been here? How come you haven't been able to give me a solid blue line until maybe this year? You could argue they finally did that. Like, how come we weren't deep as a team until this go-around? Like, it's not like it's just the last 2 years. Like, it took them 8 years to surround him with, like, a really good team. Mm-hmm. Took a while. So, I don't know. There's also going back to lottery night 2015. How do you feel about being there in the first place?
Yeah, but that doesn't really make any difference.
Well, I mean, if it's always been in him that, I didn't really want to be here at the start, and now I gave it a decade. I gave it my all, and I gave that organization everything, and I was there for the prime of my career. But, all right, I gave you a decade. I'm not giving you another decade. It could be. I mean, I'm kind of rooting for it. I'm rooting for him to leave.
And go to Toronto?
Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know if I love that idea, but just for the curiosity of it, for the storyline of it. I mean, hey, Paul calling last segment about the ratings being down and being a regional sport. I mean, yesterday they spent some time on the rings debate. If you really want the sport to grow in interest, you know what you need to have happen. You need him to pull a Kevin Durant. You need him to go to Florida.
Oh God,
that's what you need. You need McDavid. Really, I'm serious. You want the sport to be as interesting as possible. Connor McDavid should go to Florida. Go ring chase.
Sit under the cap space,
and you'll become a villain. Right? You become a huge. I mean, the cap's going up to like 100 and something million the next year.
I don't know about a villain, but it would be thought of it less. The thing I would say,
you don't think he'd be a huge villain if that happened? On the level of LeBron in Miami or Durant in Golden State. Hockey's never had anything like that.
He'd be a villain in Edmonton, possibly, but I don't know.
It would be you couldn't do it. You had to join you couldn't beat him, so you joined him, huh?
Maybe that's your take. I mean,
No, I think people would say that. For sure they would. People would root against him if he went to Florida to create the NHL's first ever super team.
I mean, Florida's pretty close to a super team now.
Florida's
really close to a super team.
Right.
They get everybody, and they're all going to stay together. They got Marshawn at the deadline.
Yeah.
And he was amazing for them. The thing I would say about McDavid, and this idea that he's going to leave, Rings culture. You're saying like Rings culture. Ryan Whitney there in that clip from Spittin' Chicklets, that's Rings culture. Guys are more likely to want to leave because they know I will be judged on whether or not I get a ring. Mm-hmm. Of course I want one, but my legacy, if I'm done, the 24-hour sports network world, the thing that will be said about me if I don't win one is that I didn't win one. It'll be the entire identity. I mean, we were teetering on the edge of this for Ovechkin, and then he got it, and it was over. And there is no real great player in the NHL that this exists for. Meanwhile, we mentioned this yesterday, ESPN's Mike Greenberg on their show, Get Up, hit the top athletes that need a ring. It was McDavid 1, Allen 2, and Lamar 3. And I don't know that there's any reason to think that the Bills or the Ravens can't get it done. Are they any different than the Oilers? The Bills or the Ravens, are they different? They have one of the best players.
They do.
And who's beating the Oilers? In both cases, twice. Now it's Florida. And before that, it's Tampa, I guess. I mean, they get knocked out before. The last two seasons are the first years in the Cup final. So I guess I would just ask this to anybody that wants to make the point that he thinks he can't get it done there. Are the Oilers... Instead, I'll ask it this way. How are the Oilers different from the Bills? How are the Oilers different from the Ravens? Is it that there's no Mahomes and Reed combo standing in their way?
Well, there is, but it's in the other conference, right?
Well, maybe.
It's Florida.
It's only been the last 2 years. It's only 2 years out of, you said it's 8 years. It's only the last 2 years.
Yep.
Before that, what's standing in their way?
Before that, it was themselves.
Right. Their team wasn't good enough.
They missed the playoffs 4 of the first 5 years that he was in Edmonton. Why was that? It wasn't because... Right, there was a boogeyman in your way. It was because Peter Chiarelli was your GM, and he signed Milan Lucic to $100 million when he was 34 years old. Like, your team made terrible decision after terrible decision, and it took them a decade almost to figure out how to put like a really good team around you. And it is a really good team, but it's not as good as the team on the other side. And now, like, couldn't that be the source of it? Couldn't that be the source of it for him? Hey, like, his words, we keep banging our head against the wall trying the same thing over and over. Maybe he doesn't think Edmonton, the way they're constructed, would beat that Florida team. It's hockey. You're not going to necessarily play them every year, but styles make fights, and that Panther team drags you into a different style. They won 13 of 15 games before that series started. Mm-hmm. And then they trailed for all but, 30 minutes of the series? Like, he might feel like this combo of players is not beating that Panther team. Like, the way that we're constructed right now as a team, that's not doing it.
Who is?
I mean, you don't think
where should he go?
He should go to, I wouldn't say Toronto. Should he go to Tampa? Tampa would be better with him than Edmonton is right now, I think. Mm-hmm. I think you could find a list of teams. Maybe it's not a long list, but this team with McDavid versus the Oilers with McDavid, I think you could find your way to a number of teams that you could say, I like that better.
Team X?
Sure. Tampa is one that comes to mind. Maybe you would say someone would say Toronto would come to mind. I might not say that, but the Hurricanes maybe.
I don't know.
Who I still can't believe are Stanley Cup favorites.
How many?
Again.
Let's play the game again. Just comparing McDavid and Allen. How many NFL teams would you say that about Josh Allen? You out there, how many would you say that about? If we're going to say McDavid, if McDavid went somewhere else, they'd be just as good, if not better. Mm-hmm. I don't think Allen's ever going to get to that point. I really don't. I don't think he's going to force his way out. And there's really not even a suggestion that McDavid will do that. Steve Levy suggested it. Ryan Whitney here is just talking about the look on his face, and he's an unrestricted free agent. They could have won the cup, and he could decide he wants to leave and do something else.
That's why, though, it's coming up. Allen never and may never get 1 year away from being able to leave. Right?
Right.
That never happened for him.
No, but in football, you just force a trade if you feel like you have to.
True. But I guess it'll be kind of what I said about Tuck. If you get to the start of the season and he's unsigned, I think it becomes a bigger and bigger and bigger story about whether he'll stay. I disagree with Whitney, by the way. I think if you're Edmonton and you don't know if he's going to stay, or you even might think
you try to win the cup.
Yeah, or even if you think it's more likely that he'll leave, there is no world I ever trade him for anything.
No way.
I will try to win the cup, and I will take that until the last second of July 30th, 2026. But I am never moving that player because I'll never replace it.
No,
I will
do,
never, ever get it again.
What they should do, of course, is trade everything in the future possible, load up, try to build their own super team, and try to win it in the last year.
Right.
And maybe he stays. Or if he's going to leave, yes.
I'll move heaven and earth. I'll trade 5 first-round picks if I need to build a team around him that he thinks is worth staying for, if he didn't want to stay in the
Even
first
if he
place.
doesn't think it's worth staying for, you take one kick at it because you have him.
Right. But him, I would never, people are going to compare it to the Gretzky trade, right? They traded Gretzky, but in today's world, there's no way you ever move him in a million years. And I don't think they would anyway.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. The Ravens get Jair Alexander. Sal's coming up in about 15 minutes to run through training camp and maybe anything we can pull from the schedule and what they're going to do, their timeline. Training camp starts July 23rd. The Ravens get Jair Alexander, which is not surprising. And I saw a little bit of out there because he's definitely good when he's healthy.
He's elite.
He's definitely a heck of a player, but he's never healthy. And he goes to Baltimore. He reunites with Lamar Jackson. They played together in high school, I believe.
Okay.
So they've known each other for quite some time, and he kind of campaigned for Jair Alexander. They get him. All right, boom. Oh, sorry, they played in college together. Went to Louisville together. Maybe even all the way back to high school, but Louisville together.
Okay.
So last week I was asked a question at our Wayland fundraiser. A lot of Bills fans there raising money for the 100 Holes, which is a week from today. And just talking to somebody, one of the questions I got was, what do you worry about with the Bills? What's the thing that worries you? Mm-hmm. My answer is a bit of a cop-out, but I'll tell you what it was. I said I worry about the competition. Mm-hmm. Because the Bills are going to be good. There's no doubt about it. You could say you worry about health. Everybody's going to worry about health. Mm-hmm. Ryan Clark yesterday tweeted if the Ravens stay healthy, they're going to win the whole thing. Yep. Maybe that's right. Maybe if the Bills stay healthy, they win the whole thing. Maybe if the Chiefs, maybe if the Eagles,
anybody,
Commanders, Lions, right? Health is important. But the thing I worry about with the Bills, there's really, like I said, it's a cop-out. My answer is the competition. Because the Bills are buttoned up. They're a good operation. They re-sign their own ahead of time. They save money that way. They identify players. They've got a good culture. They've got so many things going for them that there's not any debate that they're a top-class organization and they're great.
Right.
But the question becomes, are they in any one year going to be greater than their opposition? And not like Jair Alexander puts them over the top, but the Bills had a high-scoring offense last year, and kind of, Brandon Beane came on and puffed his chest like, we were the best offense in football. That depends on how you look at it. If you look at just points, they were number 2. If you include the playoffs, they scored more than the Eagles. That's something he said that day. Baltimore's offense was number 1 DVOA, number 1 in success rate, number 1 in a lot of different things. Baltimore's
EPA
offense,
per play,
Baltimore's offense was absolutely wicked, and I worry about the competition. I worry about the way that these teams get after it and go after it, and can the Bills have enough premier players in the big spots to win? We went yesterday over there, the NFL's top 100. It's Josh. He doesn't have a Draisaitl. Lamar has, you want to say it's Derrick Henry. Lamar has, you want to say it's Mark Andrews, who's been one of the best tight ends, but of course let them down in that moment. Lamar has Kyle Hamilton. Lamar has a number of these guys that are thought of is the key here, as premier players at their position. You want to do that with Mahomes? He's got them too. You want to do that with the Eagles? They've got 6 of them. 8 of them.
Yep.
And with the Bills, they have a great team, without a doubt. But do they have enough great players is the thing I wonder. And maybe this draft class produces some, or maybe a free agent kind of pops. But the thing I worry about with them is, do they have enough great players not named Josh Allen to lift them. And to a point, they have this organizational identity at the moment where it's all about how the sum of the parts and no one's really above anybody else except for the quarterback. The quarterback's the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my worry about them. I don't worry about any one position group, really. I don't worry about the receivers too much. I don't worry about their safeties too much. I would be happier if there was, a top 70 player in the NFL at one of those positions. So my answer is I worry about the competition because I watch the other teams and see how they build. I watch how the Bills build. And I thought, like, coming into this offseason, we were going to be looking for a blue chipper. And an established one did not arrive.
No.
Maybe they find one. If they find one, bam, mission accomplished. If Max Hairston is that, then, zip my mouth shut. Like, mission accomplished. That's a long way to answer the question. Like, what worries you about the Bills? The competition.
Yeah, well, the names also to mention for that probably aren't the rookies, right? They're the guys that are going into year 2, going into year 3, going into year 4.
Coleman.
That's why we bring up Coleman and Kincaid earlier.
Cole Bishop, Kincaid.
Sure.
Right. Somebody to become great.
Yeah, and maybe even a group of those. Like, imagine if Kincaid becomes like a top 5 tight end this year. Like, he's in all pro conversations. Like, everything just works the way you want it to. Like, that'll make everyone feel more comfortable about certain situations, I think, late in games, playoff games. I might even narrow it more down to Baltimore specifically for me.
That's who you worry about?
Yeah. I'm not worried. Because there's not much I'm really worried about with the Bills. Not much. The Ravens, I just look at their roster, the way it's constructed. I look at the way Jackson has played for the last 2 years, and they were statistically, I think most would agree that, like, dive into the numbers, that they were the best rush attack in NFL history last year, and their quarterback threw for 41 touchdowns on top of that, that I think they're a pretty flawless football team. But you got them to not play a clean game when you played them in the playoffs.
They had a rough
and the
day.
Bills played clean. And
the Bills played clean all year.
To their credit, right, they played clean all year. But I guess my biggest worry is that you meet that team again. I don't even really care where the game is. You play that team again, and either you don't play a completely clean game or they don't put the ball on the ground for you. And it's even. And it's just, nope, the turnovers aren't going to play a factor today. It's just going to be mano-a-mano, toe-to-toe. We're going at it, Bills and Ravens. And nobody's making big mistakes. It's just about how good are your players and how good are our players. And for that, I get a little bit worried. Kind of because of the point you made. Like, I think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, in my opinion, are the 2 best quarterbacks in football right now, and I don't think much separates them at all. So then it becomes, all right, who else is making the biggest differences? And there's just a couple of guys on Baltimore that I would be worried about. Again, maybe you would say though that that's a faulty way of looking at this because you're assuming the Ravens will be able to play as clean a game as the Bills do. And maybe I should give them more credit for that. Like they do play offense, at least they did last year, to play clean. Right? Like the way they threw the ball on screens and they ran the ball more than they did before. Rather than just chucking the ball around downfield like they had done, that style is going to give you less turnovers, is going to give you less mistakes. But I still just think that's a tough thing to bank on year in and year out is I'm going to play the clean game and they're not going to. Because that was the difference in the playoff game. There's the biggest difference in the playoff game. So that's really only true for me, though, of the Ravens. I do feel like the Bills, with any other team in this conference, and I even kind of feel this way about Kansas City right now, that they could just line up one-on-one, and I feel like they could win. They're the better team. But I'm really skeptical of that when it comes to Baltimore. I feel like you might have to have advantages. Yeah, might have to have just a little bit of luck on your side. Maybe you have to be at home to kind of get through them.
Maybe Joey Bosa can be,
he could be that player.
Could rediscover health.
Rediscover health.
That might be it.
Yeah.
803-0550. Training camp on July 23rd. Getting to it. A month and 4 days. Sal Capaccio coming up at the bottom of the hour. Kevin Cole of the Unexpected Points podcast and Substack. As we get to his series, he does this every year. It's a really cool series about like the best quarterbacks of all time. That includes active and guys that didn't win Super Bowls where they should appropriately slot in. So we'll talk about it with him where he had Josh Allen ranked because he did just come out in his latest rankings, Allen, as he counts down from 50 to 1. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring if you'd like. 803-0550 on WGR. The Bills have a training camp schedule, which did get me thinking about golf. And by the way, we already have 2 invites out there, so I'm lining it up. We're going out to camp 8 times, it would appear. Mm-hmm. We pretty much just know we're going to be there if they're practicing in the morning. We're going to be there.
Yes.
And there are 8 morning practices during the week, so we're probably out for 8 shows in Rochester. And it's not that far away. It's a month and 4 days. Not bad.
I'm very excited. I love doing the show outside, which we get the chance to do there. And I don't know what we'll get for storylines this go-around versus maybe past training camps. But either way, something always presents itself, I think. Hairston will battle for a starting job, right? And James Cook probably won't be signed when we show up. So I think we'll still have a good what does Dalton Kincaid look like?
Yeah, I think
even just how many what does his muscle tone look like?
If I was guessing ahead of time, this will be a fun game. What will be the story of camp?
Yeah,
and I will guess that it will be a 3-week hype train for Kincaid and Coleman.
Yeah,
that's what it'll be. How they look, whether they look different, whether they look better, which we're already hearing that from OTAs, from minicamp, that Kincaid was in the gym the whole time and he was hurt, and Coleman is ready to take it, whether it's more seriously or if it's just he's in a better space to prepare to live life as an NFL player. I think that training camp will be about those 2. The Bills' last 2 top invested offensive players and how they're ready to break out and make a difference. That or Elijah Moore, who... Again, toss him in that bucket. They have signed in 5 off seasons with Kevin Adams 6 players in unrestricted free agency to multi-year contracts.
Right.
6.
And one of them is Josh Dunn, who's like an Amerks player.
Yeah.
So it's really 5.
The 6 players to get multi-year contracts: Connor Clifton, Ilya Labushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Josh Dunn, and Sam Lafferty. Those are your multi-year contracts with Kevin Adams at the helm of these Buffalo Sabres when you get to unrestricted free agency.
And Clifton, the only one that's more than 2 years.
Yeah.
His was 3. So I don't even think it's really even saying anything. Would you be surprised if they didn't sign their biggest free agent signing this offseason? They want to do something big.
Not counting Taylor Hall, because it's 1 year, $8 million.
Right. But in terms of total money given out, right now it's Clifton at $10 million.
Yeah, will they give out more than $10 million in free agency?
I think they'll give a player more than $10 million in free agency this summer.
Okay.
The bar is so low. The list of available free agents, I mean, you could scroll down the list. I mean, I'll scroll past all the big guns, Besser and Bennett and Marner and Ekblad, Marchand, John Tavares, Duchesne, Gavrikov. I'll just keep going and going and going. All right, let me get down to Victor Olofsson. Let's pass that one.
Is this the year that...
I'm trying to find one that doesn't like Patrick Kane. I'm trying to find one that doesn't mean a million other things.
I mean, I'm looking at the same list, and I was just going to say, is this the year that Patrick Kane's on the team?
Maybe. Does you want to bring Jonathan Tays with him? Because he's back. Is this the year Patrick Kane is back? What is convinced Patrick Kane? If he wasn't convinced of them 2 years ago, I don't know why he'd be convinced now.
Because he wants to play and has fewer options?
Dmitry Orlov is like the 7th, rated defenseman in free agency by the list that I'm looking at. What's he going to cost? Probably more than $10 million total.
Yep.
I think his cap hit was $7 million last year. Training camp dates announced for the Bills, July 23rd, day number 1 at St. John Fisher. 9:45 practice on that Wednesday, as are the first bunch of practices at 9:45. There's also the return of the blue and red, Friday, August 1st at 5:30 at Highmark Stadium. There'll be a lottery drawing for training camp tickets due to the limited capacity. You can get the details on that and see the full schedule on our website, WGR550.com. NBA Finals tonight, Thunder and Pacers, 8:30 tip-off for OKC and Indiana. Thunder win the championship with a win. Pacers force Game 7 on Sunday with a win. Jair Alexander signing with the Baltimore Ravens on a one-year deal worth $4 million. Lamar Jackson had campaigned for that. And Elliot Friedman said yesterday on his 32 Thoughts podcast that there's no indication that he's heard that Alex Tuck is unwilling to sign a contract with the Sabres or would want a trade. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Might just own a helicopter. You don't know. Get to the chopper! On WGR Sports Radio.
Mr. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. What's he doing today? Joining us, playing in a charity golf tournament, doing it all. What's up, Sal?
Jeremy, it's car right now. It's not the helicopter.
Oh, okay.
Charity golf. It's for Eric Wood, the Evan Wood Fund over at Oshai Children's Hospital. Always glad to be a part of that. I MC for their post-golf event. Play out there. It's in Batavia. And then, I'll be doing that. And then I'll be at Shoshone tonight for baseball, right?
Very nice.
You got to be everywhere for a baseball game. But, yeah, it's a great event and love being out there. I got Josh Reed with me from Channel 4, our buddy in the car. He's part of the team. We play out there, and it's a really good time. Now, listen, just because I said Josh and I are playing, don't go lining the streets of Batavia hoping to see some stars, running down the street and asking for autographs, everybody. But, no, we're going out there to play, and it's nice. Oh, wow, we saw a deer on the 90. You know what it is coming out here.
Well, as you drive into Batavia, does it feel like a little bit of a practice drive out to St. John Fisher?
Yeah, it does actually a little bit. I actually had to come out this way a couple of weeks ago, and I thought that. I'm like, man, I'm going to be making this drive a lot coming up soon. Sometimes you go back and forth. We stay in the dorms a lot, and, you guys are out there. But that's going to be here before you know it. And, we're just, 5 weeks away, a little over that maybe, around there. And, I looked at the schedule. It's funny. Yesterday, a lot of people said to me when the schedule came out, boy, they just shorter and shorter. Like, actually, it's the exact same number of practices the last 2 years.
Yeah.
They have 11 practices. One is closed to the public. It's open to the media. So 11 practices, 10 open to the public, and then they're done, 2.5 weeks. So it shortened up 2 years ago, but it's been the same ever since. 23, 24, and now 25.
Did it used to be that after the first preseason game they would go back to camp, and now basically when the preseason begins, camp is over?
Yes. In fact, I remember, I got to go back now, and again, we're going back probably even pre-COVID, but when they had 4 preseason games, and we would play, I remember once or twice, because I'm on the team charter, we would take off from Rochester for a preseason game or something like that, because I think that happened once or twice, if I remember correctly. But either way, it might even been back in the Rex days. But yes, to answer your question, they would go back for maybe 3 days after the first preseason game, and then before the second preseason game, they would break camp. Not anymore. This is you go up to August 7th. First preseason game is at home on the 9th, but the 7th is the last day, and then they're back. And I do think maybe 3 preseason games plays a part of that, right? Because now you only have 3 games. It's not as much of a ramp-up, and you want to get back and start working on what you need to work on and finalizing your roster over the next few weeks.
Did anyone else hear the term 4 preseason games and have like a shiver run down their spine?
Yep.
Like, oh my, we used to
Thank
do
God
that.
we weren't old enough to remember 6 preseason.
Oh my goodness.
6. I mean, I remember the couple of times, or was it only the one time in my lifetime, the Bills are in the Hall of Fame game, and it was 5, and that was just like...
That's a lot.
It's a third of the games you play in the regular season.
I was just looking up the Hall of Fame game. Do you know who it is this year? It's the Chargers and Lions, and that'll be July 31st, and they report to camp on the 16th. Chargers veterans on July 16th.
The July 31st is the Hall of Fame game?
Yeah.
July 31st, the Hall of Fame game.
I don't know if I
amazing.
ever
That's
remember
right.
it being in July
Well,
or that early.
There you go.
Do you think, Sal, that there will be any talk this coming month about when this will be, how training camp will be in the future for the Bills once the new stadium opens, as they've been going kind of year by year, haven't they, with whether they'll be at St. John Fisher or not? And this is actually a question I feel like we always bring up since McDermott got here, and there was always the talk of whether he actually even liked going away for it, and he has said repeatedly he has. But I don't know. Do you think that the future is cloudy for where they'll be at training camp?
It's funny you say that because it has been a talk for a long time, and I would tell you as I sit here today, I'm not I don't know this for sure. This is not reporting information, but I'm pretty confident they'll be there next year because of just the way the stadium will be opening next year, and you'll just what's that look like with construction still going on in the summer and making sure that you have enough room and space. I think after that anything could happen, but I do believe Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane when they say that they value going away, because what's funny is we kind of thought that was just saying that to say that as part of the organization when they first got the jobs. But guys, since then, they've signed multiple extensions to go back to St. John Fisher. And even before the stadium stuff came. And I do think they find a lot of value in it. Well, what they find value in is the camaraderie. It's having your one spot where everybody is together for meetings, for meals, for getting together, for the camaraderie at night or in the morning or whatever that happens. And I do think that's important to them. I also think it's important to remember there is a business side to all of this, right? I mean, when Russ Brandon started St. John Fisher training camps back in 2000, it was a good idea to move it, east of Buffalo and expand that fan base, and they really did. And it's really been great for them, and Fisher's been great for them. But I think now even, after years and multiple people kind of being in charge, staying with St. John Fisher, partly because they see the value in it from the business standpoint. It does matter to have that fan base. Look, the Bills are actually one of not as many teams who go away these days. Most teams don't go away these days. They stay at their facility, and the Bills could do that. Because of what they have at their facility. I think that, though, they really enjoy the camaraderie and bringing it to the fans, and that would change a little bit on how it would look at training camp in Buffalo and Orchard Park. So, look, I think anything's on the table after the new stadium is built, but I think that this is a model that they prefer.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Bills training camp dates are out. It'll be July 23rd that they roll off to St. John Fisher. Sal, one thing, there was a story, we were talking to Marcel Louis-Jacques yesterday about the Dolphins, and Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, somewhere along the way, the Dolphins are moving the times of their practices to earlier in the morning, and that might be because of the heat. The Bills used to practice at different times and then move things to earlier in the morning. And Sal, is this sports science? Is it personal preference? The Bills consistently keeping these morning practices at St. John Fisher for the last, 5 years, 6 years? It's been a while where the schedule has remained fairly consistent.
I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe Josh can answer it. He's sitting next to me. Do you remember Sean McDermott ever having non-morning practices? Consistently, it's always been morning, right? I think so. Josh even said, I think you have to go back to the Rex days for them to have the later practices. But I think since Sean has been here, and yes, I will tell you, it's partly sports science for sure. They're very big into that. But it's also because they just don't want their guys in the heat of the July, August, St. John Fisher for sure. So I think all of that is baked into it. But since Sean McDermott's been here, I think we go back, I guess, to 17 and 18 and check it out. But it's been fairly consistent, guys. There have been morning practices, and everything just kind of follows routine. And it really works for you get Sean McDermott or Joe Brady or Bobby Babich at 9 a.m., right? You get to a couple players, and then practice at 9:45. Their media's done in the morning. They get on the field. They're done at noon, and then everything's done. And, they have the rest of the day to do all their meetings, have all their film work, have all of their weightlifting and all that, and it really works out. So I think they like the routine of it. I do think sports science plays into it, but I also think it's, the heat, and you want to make sure you stay with the health and safety of the players.
Sal Capacci with us on the Western Hotline. So Sal, when we get to training camp, what do you feel like will be the biggest story when we arrive at camp? And do you have a prediction of what maybe once camp begins, what is something that we'll be focusing on?
I think wide receiver is going to be a big one because of A, the competition that we've seen brought in, B, because of what happened, after the draft on WGR and obviously with you guys. I think that's going to become a storyline. It's probably going to be focused on by Hard Knocks. I think Hard Knocks itself is going to be a storyline once we get there. From our standpoint, from the media, we're going to be watching and looking, what are they filming? What are they talking about? Oh, my gosh, let's watch that first episode, see where that is. So that's probably going to be a storyline. And then, of course, guys, just the new players on defense. And, you go right to corner and Max Harrison and, competing. I think Tre'Davious White starts, my opinion is, I said this on Always Game Day Buffalo, Matt Bogan this week. I think Tre'Davious White starts off as your corner 2 to start, and you give every bit of runway to Max Harrison to win the job, but he's got to win the job. I don't think you just hand it to him. I think Tre'Davious White, it's not his job to lose. I think it's Max Harrison's job to win, if that kind of makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we'll find out. It's a little over a month away to get to free agency. Sorry, not free agency. I'm thinking of NHL now. To get to training camp. Before that, we'll do NHL free agency. Sal, a thought on Jair Alexander? I think this is, we talked about him when he was let go by the Packers, and I think it's a nice move for the Ravens. It's the kind of move the Bills might have made in a different offseason because Jordan Schultz reported the two sides had been in contact. But once the offseason was kind of complete, I didn't see Jair Alexander as a realistic possibility for the Bills. So I don't think they missed out here. I just think that they ultimately took a different path.
I remember coming on with you guys the day it happened, and I said I think Jair Alexander could be a perfect Baltimore Raven, but I don't know if they'd be interested. And certainly they were because he is. He's a perfect Baltimore Raven. That's the way he plays. That's kind of that attitude of the Ravens, that type of player, right? But at the same time, that's an area they haven't been able to kind of shore up, at that one corner spot. And if he could stay healthy, he is a difference maker, and that could really help them on the defensive side and allow them to do even more with Kyle Hamilton and some of the other guys they have on defense. It's all about staying healthy. And look, $6 million, whatever. I don't know what the actual money is for cap hit. Maybe that's it. That's a nice deal for him, right? So even if the Bills were interested, at this point, I don't think they could have that kind of money to be able to pay him to bring him in on a one-year deal. But after Jordan Schultz said the Bills had looked into trading for him and that didn't happen, the Bills go out and sign Tre'Davious White. They sign Dane Jackson. They draft Max Harrison. I think, to me, that just means that you're set with what you have and you're not going to go revisit that.
Sal Capaccio. All right, Sal, good luck. Hit him straight. Last time we played in the scramble together, we did all right. Bring your A game.
It's going to be windy.
Yeah, it's going to be windy.
It's going to be windy today. Listen, it's fine. It's Eric Wood's tournament to lose. Eric's like a scratch golfer. His tournament to lose. And I know it every year. I'm like, dude, you can't win your own tournament, right? But, he's always right up there. So, yeah.
All right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio. The Evan Wood Fund is what they support today out there playing. So, yeah. Jeremy and Joe, good morning.
Got some goalie trivia if you want to get to that at some
trivia.
point. Owen celebrates, of course. Goalie trivia.
Mm-hmm. All right, fine. I'm into it. I'm into goalie trivia. 803-0550, Kevin Cole on his QB GOAT series. How high can Josh Allen go? What are the next steps? He dropped him in his latest rankings. Not like dropped him, but like an album drop. All right, I'll stop. I'm sorry. Break time here on WGR. They have signed in 5 off seasons with Kevin Adams 6 players in unrestricted free agency to multi-year contracts.
Right.
6.
And one of them is Josh Dunn, who's like an Amerks player.
Yeah.
So it's really 5.
The 6 players to get multi-year contracts: Connor Clifton, Ilya Lyubushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Josh Dunn, and Sam Lafferty. Those are your multi-year contracts with Kevin Adams at the helm of these Buffalo Sabres when you get to unrestricted free agency.
And Clifton, the only one that's more than 2 years.
Yeah.
His was 3. So I don't even think it's really even saying anything. Would you be surprised if they didn't sign their biggest free agent signing this offseason? They want to do something big.
Not counting Taylor Hall, because it's
Taylor Hall.
1 year, $8 million.
Right. But in terms of total money given out, right now it's Clifton at $10 million.
Yeah, will they give out more than $10 million in free agency?
I think they'll give a player more than $10 million in free agency this summer.
Okay.
The bar is so low. Like, the list of available free agents, I mean, you could scroll down the list. I mean, I'll scroll past all the big guns: Besser and Bennett and Marner and Ekblad, Marchand, John Tavares, Duchesne, Gavrikov. Like, I'll just keep going and going and going. All right, let me get down to Victor Olofsson. Let's pass that one.
Is this the year that...
I'm trying to find one that doesn't like Patrick Kane. I'm trying to find one that doesn't like a million other things.
I mean, I'm looking at the same list, and I was just going to say, is this the year that Patrick Kane's on the team?
Maybe. Does you want to bring Jonathan Toews with him? Because he's back. Is this the year Patrick Kane is back? What is convinced Patrick Kane? If he wasn't convinced of them 2 years ago, I don't know why he'd be convinced now.
Because he wants to play and has fewer options?
Dmitry Orlov is like the 7th, rated defenseman in free agency by the list that I'm looking at. What's he going to cost? Probably more than $10 million total.
Yep.
I think his cap hit was $7 million last year.
The Bills have a training camp schedule, which did get me thinking about golf. And by the way, we already have 2 invites out there, so
beautiful,
lining it up. We're going out to camp 8 times, it would appear. Mm-hmm. We pretty much just know we're going to be there if they're practicing in the morning. We're going to be there.
Yes.
And there are 8 morning practices during the week, so we're probably out for 8 shows in Rochester, and it's not that far away. It's a month and 4 days. Not bad.
I'm very excited. I love doing the show outside, which we get the chance to do there. And I don't know what we'll get for storylines this go-around versus maybe past training camps. But either way, something always presents itself, I think. Hairston will battle for a starting job, right? And James Cook probably won't be signed when we show up. So I think we'll still have a good... what does Dalton Kincaid look like?
Yeah, I think
even just how many what does his muscle tone look like?
If I was guessing ahead of time, this will be a fun game. What will be the story of camp?
Yeah,
and I will guess that it will be a 3-week hype train for Kincaid and Coleman.
Yeah,
that's what it'll be. How they look, whether they look different, whether they look better, which we're already hearing that from OTAs, from minicamp, that Kincaid was in the gym the whole time and he was hurt, and Coleman is ready to take it, whether it's more seriously or if it's just he's in a better space to prepare to live life as an NFL player. I think that training camp will be about those 2. The Bills' last 2 top invested offensive players and how they're ready to break out and make a difference. That or Elijah Moore, who... Again, I guess toss him in that bucket. NHL offseason upon us. Before we get to this quick goalie trivia, 2 notes from yesterday. There's a trade, Devils and Predators. Hey, trade.
Have we mentioned what the trade was yet?
No, we can.
Eric Holla,
Yes, the trade was made.
who I feel like's been traded 9 times in the NHL.
Yeah, a 4th-round pick and a defenseman for Eric Holla.
There you go.
Okay, so 2 things. 1, Larry Brooks pointed out that the Rangers and Matt Rempe agree on a 2-year deal.
Okay.
For what is believed to be under $1 million per year.
Okay.
It removes, he writes, Rempe from an offer sheet possibility.
Oh, good Lord Almighty!
Hold on, I saw this and thought, like, all right, I'm going for it. Let's see. So just to be clear, Matt Rempe signed for less than $1 million.
Yeah.
The offer sheet compensation up to $1.5 million is zero. There is no compensation.
Nothing.
You can sign
You get nothing.
You can sign up to $1.54 million, and there's no compensation.
Yeah.
So, in this scenario, the Rangers avoided an offer sheet by paying him less than $1 million.
Yeah.
While any other team could have paid him 1.5 and gotten him for free, or the Rangers would have matched it. Anyway, no, Matt Rempe was not going to be getting an offer sheet.
That's hilarious.
Also, Sam Reinhart caught a Sabres jersey at Elbow Room and signed it, and then made a gesture.
Kind of threw it back.
He waved. In
his defense, I think he had. It was late in the morning. They had been there for a while. Barkov was there with the cup at sunrise.
Barkov walked around his neighborhood ringing doorbells with the cup at 5 a.m.
Yeah. So Reinhardt might have put a few back by the time and someone had thrown him the Sabres jersey.
Yeah, he caught it, and he did sign it, but then if I'm gesturing, he waved like, "Get that out of here, get it out of here,"
kind of like,
and then he threw it back.
Yeah,
like you would throw a jersey on the ice in Toronto.
Yes,
or like you would throw
exactly
a
that.
home run ball back at Wrigley. Do they still do that? They used to do that.
I don't know.
All right, very fast goalie trivia. 1 minute, 7 names, 1 minute. Owen's going to get this because it's goalie trivia.
Bobrovsky became the 8th goalie with multiple cups and a Vezina. Who are the other 7?
Let me try a couple, and then Owen, you can take over. Vasilevsky.
Yes.
Quick.
No.
All right, I'm out. Patrick Waugh.
Yes.
Yeah. Brodeur.
Yes.
Fleury.
Yes. Fleury won the Vezina with Vegas.
Yes, that was crazy. I could not believe that.
Yep.
Ken Dryden.
Oh, sorry. Post 81.
Oh,
So
okay.
once they made the Vezina like the Vezina.
All right,
Before it
all
was
right.
not really the Vezina.
Oh man.
3 former Sabres on this list.
3 former Sabre goalies
Yes.
have won a Vezina in 2 cups?
Yes.
Tom Barrasso.
Hasek?
Yes. Yes.
Grant Fuhr?
Yes.
All right. How many we
Bang,
got
bang,
left here
bang.
now?
Did you get them all?
I don't know. I rattled
You
off
got
a few pretty
Hasek.
quick.
You got
Brodeur.
You got Fleury. You got Vasilevsky. You got Fuhr. You got Barrasso. You guys got Patrick Waugh?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay, then you got it.
There you go.
You got it in a minute. 3 former Sabres.
Look at that.
Dryden would have been right, though.
Yeah, that was
Had the Vezina been the Vezina back then,
Right.
Dryden would have been
Right.
right.
All right.
There you go.
Kevin Cole on the QB GOAT series. He has listed Josh Allen favorably, and we'll get to the methodology and talk about Allen's place in the history of the NFL at playing quarterback, of course, before he's done and where he can go from here. It's coming up here on WGR. They have signed in 5 off seasons with Kevin Adams 6 players in unrestricted free agency to multi-year contracts.
Right.
6.
And one of them is Josh Dunn, who's like an Amerks player.
Yeah.
So it's really 5.
The 6 players to get multi-year contracts: Connor Clifton, Ilya Lyubushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Josh Dunn, and Sam Lafferty. Those are your multi-year contracts with Kevin Adams at the helm of these Buffalo Sabres when you get to unrestricted free agency.
And Clifton, the only one that's more than 2 years.
Yeah.
His was 3. So I don't even think it's really even saying anything. Would you be surprised if they didn't sign their biggest free agent signing this offseason? They want to do something big.
Not counting Taylor Hall, because it's 1 year, $8 million.
Right. But in terms of total money given out, right now it's Clifton at $10 million.
Yeah, will they give out more than $10 million in free agency?
I think they'll give a player more than $10 million in free agency this summer.
Okay.
The bar is so low. Like, the list of available free agents, I mean, you could scroll down the list. I mean, I'll scroll past all the big guns, Besser and Bennett and Marner and Ekblad, Marchand, John Tavares, Duchesne, Gavrikov. Like, I'll just keep going and going and going. All right, let me get down to Victor Olofsson. Let's pass that one.
Is this the year that...
I'm trying to find one that doesn't like Patrick Kane. I'm trying to find one that doesn't like me and a million other things.
I mean, I'm looking at the same list, and I was just going to say, is this the year that Patrick Kane's on the team?
Maybe. Does you want to bring Jonathan Toews with him? Because he's back. Is this the year Patrick Kane is back? What is convinced Patrick Kane? If he wasn't convinced of them 2 years ago, I don't know why he'd be convinced now.
Because he wants to play and has fewer options?
Dmitry Orlov is like the 7th, rated defenseman in free agency by the list that I'm looking at. What's he going to cost? Probably more than $10 million total.
Yep.
I think his cap hit was $7 million last year. This is actually a question I feel like we always bring up since McDermott got here, and there was always the talk of whether he actually even liked going away for it, and he has said repeatedly he has, but I don't know. Do you think that the future is cloudy for where they'll be at training camp?
It's funny you say that because it has been a talk for a long time, and I would tell you as I sit here today, I'm not I don't know this for sure. This is not reporting information, but I'm pretty confident they'll be there next year because of just the way the stadium will be opening next year. And you'll just, what's that look like with construction still going on in the summer and making sure that you have enough room and space. I think after that, anything could happen. But I do believe Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane when they say that they value going away. Because what's funny is we kind of thought that was just saying that to say that as part of the organization when they first got the jobs. But guys, since then, they've signed multiple extensions to go back to St. John Fisher. And even before the stadium stuff came. And I do think they find a lot of value in it. Well, what they find value in is the camaraderie. It's having your one spot where everybody is together for meetings, for meals, for getting together, for the camaraderie at night or in the morning or whatever that happens. And I do think that's important to them. I also think it's important to remember there is a business side to all this, right? I mean, when Russ Brandon started St. John Fisher training camps back in 2000, it was a good idea to move it, east of Buffalo and expand that fan base, and they really did. And it's really been great for them, and Fisher's been great for them. But I think now even, after years and multiple people kind of being in charge, staying with St. John Fisher, partly because they see the value in it from the business standpoint. It does matter to have that fan base. Look, the Bills are actually one of not as many teams who go away these days. Most teams don't go away these days. They stay at their facility, and the Bills could do that. Because of what they have at their facility. I think that, though, they really enjoy the camaraderie and bringing it to the fans, and that would change a little bit on how it would look at training camp in Buffalo and Orchard Park. So, look, I think anything's on the table after the new stadium is built, but I think that this is a model that they prefer.
The Bills announcing dates for training camp. July 23rd at St. John Fisher will be day number 1, practice number 1 at 9:45 a.m. They will return to the blue and red at Highmark Stadium on August 1st. It'll be a Friday night at 5:30 p.m. And tickets are going to be a lottery due to limited capacity. So if you want the details on that and checking out the full schedule, you can head over to WGR550.com. Tonight, Game 6 of the NBA Finals, Thunder and Pacers at 8:30. Oklahoma City wins the championship with a win. The Sabres and Alex Tuch can sign an extension on July 1st. Elliot Friedman saying yesterday, reporting on his podcast, that there's no indication to him that Tuch would be unwilling to sign an extension to remain in Buffalo, and that he has not heard from anybody that Tuch wants to trade. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's going to be an adjustment period. Obviously, I got a little bit of work throughout the OTAs, was in and out, but I am working hard to get on the same page with them. And 3 guys, again, that move really well, different body types for all 3 of them. They're each really good at some things, and we got to utilize those strengths to our benefit.
Josh Allen on his new receiving core, his revamped receiving core. Good morning. Happy Thursday, Jeremy and Joe here on WGR as we now know the dates of training camp to get started on Wednesday, July 23rd. 3 practices right away, 23rd, 24th, 25th. And we'll see how that meshing works. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Kevin Cole of the Unexpected Points newsletter and podcast, previously with Pro Football Focus. Kevin, funny enough, I saw you just dropped your rankings of numbers 36 through 31, and Joe and I had talked yesterday about your series, and we started speculating, like, where's Josh Allen going to rank? And sure enough, here we are. So that's why we reached out to you to talk about it. So thanks for joining us this morning.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, we need some rankings to do during the dead part of the season. So these historical rankings, I updated it from a couple of years ago, and I think it's good because it goes all the way back to 1947. So it tries to be very comprehensive for NFL, AFL, and even AACC history.
Wow. Were you burning through the tape of 1947 football for this?
Not burning through, but I did watch some YouTube videos. It's pretty fun, actually, to watch some of these old quarterbacks. I mean, for instance, one of the quarterbacks who's very close to the top is Otto Graham, who played way back in the day and has some pretty amazing stats. And it is fun to watch him as a dual threat quarterback, I guess you would call him, because he was a great rusher also.
Is he was the best then, so maybe he's different for this than some others, but does it look ridiculous to you, like how they were playing it, or does it look like, okay, no, these are guys that can actually throw the football?
I think they can really throw the football. I mean, it depends. There's some maybe that don't quite look up in body physique-wise than others, but there are some guys who can really throw the football. I mean, for instance, one of the quarterbacks who I looked back at, and I mean, you can watch Sonny Jurgensen highlights pretty much and just be amazed by what you're seeing there. Again, physique is not great, but the way the ball really just spun out of his hand. In fact, there's a clip of him that I shared on Twitter of a real behind-the-back pass that he did. I think it was during an exhibition game, but it wasn't like a cheeky sort of move. He really just had 2 defenders in his face, and the only way he could get it out to the running back was to throw it behind his back. So there are some really talented guys that when you go and look back at them.
Kevin Cole joining us. All right, Kevin, so take us through the series itself. Like, what made you start it a couple years back, and how you decided to kind of put it together when it comes to the QB GOAT series?
Yeah, I mean, I have somewhat of an inspiration by there's a gentleman who does a Thinking Basketball who Ben Taylor, who does these YouTube videos and other stuff. It's fantastic. His channel is blown up, but he had a series where he looked through NBA players for the greatest of all time and trying to look across eras. He does a lot of film work on his stuff too, but I thought, you know what, let's try and do something similar with quarterback. We have a fantastic resource, at least that I'm pulling at least a lot of my stuff from, which is Pro Football Reference, which goes all the way back. And what you can really do with quarterbacks, and that's why it's something that I concentrate a lot on as a stats guy, is you do really have the numbers on it. So you can look at the quarterbacks, you can adjust for era, you can line them all up, and then try to get a comprehensive value score. And that was my objective there by waiting
their careers in the regular season, giving them an extra bump for their peak years, because I think elite play is really what it's all about in the NFL. So looking at the top 5 seasons, and then also overweighting their playoff games pretty heavily, and especially depending upon how often that they're getting into, the conference championships and all the way to the Super Bowl.
So this year's series, Josh Allen we see for the first time, and it's a pretty good number for a guy that's still middle of his career, still in the prime. I guess the question I would ask is, how much did an MVP season move him up?
Oh, it's a ton. I mean, for instance, if you have my peak score, which is on their top 5 seasons, so Allen basically has the 7 seasons now. He wasn't great by the numbers his first couple of seasons. So when you layer on a couple of MVP level or MVP adjacent, maybe last year, in 2023, level seasons into the mix, it's a huge boost. And plus, at this point in their careers, you can jump into there pretty quickly because you have those 5 peak seasons. But once you've kind of established those 5 peak seasons, then it's a little bit more of a grind to move further and further up. So the fact that Allen really hit that threshold of having those strong seasons, those at least 5 strong seasons, moves him quite a bit up the rankings. And, maybe we'll talk about it a little bit too, but Lamar Jackson's just a little bit behind him in the rankings. He's another guy who had a huge jump with a couple of big seasons over the last 2 years.
Yeah, so he has an extra MVP award. So them being so close together, only 2 spots different. I guess with Jackson having the extra MVP, why for you is it that Allen's making up the gap, I guess, somewhere else?
Yeah, he is. And again, this is one of these things where I try to adjust the methodology that I have here, but it's really just a quantitative methodology of looking at their passing efficiency, and I use something called adjusted net yards per attempt, so I can go all the way back, which has bonuses for interceptions and for touchdowns, and then it's just looking at yards per attempt. It weighs their volume, and then it also looks at their rushing and how the rushing efficiency with discounts for fumbles. So it's really a formulaic sort of thing. Now, the difference between these two is that's it. Because if you just look at regular season value, Jackson's a bit above Allen, somewhat because of those first 2 seasons. Allen had a couple of down seasons, whereas Jackson had a very limited rookie season, which was a little bit off, but he never really had a down season. He has a little bit more peak because he has had those couple of MVP seasons, and then last year was, his best season by my numbers when you include the playoffs into that. But for the playoffs for Jackson were a major, major negative before these last 2 seasons, where he's turned things around a bit. But still, he's about flat value for him in the playoffs, whereas Allen has actually been really excellent in the playoffs. He's just, run into Patrick Mahomes a few too many times.
The QB GOAT series from Kevin Cole, Unexpected Points newsletter and podcast. Kevin, as you tease this, we've got the GOAT series in terms of historical, how good they are historically. Your write-up on this refers to these two as the 2 best quarterbacks over the last couple of years, which has been a little bit of a talking point in the NFL circles. Like Mahomes, I don't think anybody would doubt what he's done over the course of his career. But have you seen statistically in your numbers as you're watching him these last couple of years a different quarterback in Patrick Mahomes than at the start of his career?
Yeah, I think statistically it is a different quarterback. There's no doubt about that. But that's almost more a function of the fact that he was on the greatest start by any quarterback in NFL history. That was kind of undisputed, in my opinion, for how good he had been consistently up until these last 2 seasons. Now, going through this exercise, though, no matter who we're looking at, whether it's even Peyton Manning or Tom Brady or Joe Montana, Dan Marino, some of these top quarterbacks of all time, you notice lulls in their career, which they do then come back. So because we're talking about 2 seasons and maybe not a 5-season lull or something like that, if I had to still place my money on, just from a purely statistical perspective, how I look at it, just kind of like passing efficiency or overall EPA, if you want to use the more advanced stats, I still lean towards Patrick Mahomes as probably being the guy that I would predict is going to be the best over the next, let's say, 3, 4, 5 years, but it's gotten a lot closer than what my prediction would have been a couple of years ago.
With Allen moving up with that MVP, how I guess he's not even 30 yet, and he's already this high in your ranking. How far do you feel like it's realistic to expect him going? Like, if you were to put this list together in 10 years and Allen, meets expectations, to what everyone thinks he should do, like at least wins one Super Bowl, maybe there's another MVP or two in there, but he's not going to do what Mahomes has done or Brady was going to rattle off like 3 or 4. How far do you feel like he'll end up being once his, if he's to meet the expectation of what a lot of people have for him?
Yeah. I mean, if he basically replicates what he's done these last 5 seasons again, so just in 5 more seasons. Now, again, it's a very high bar for what he's done these last 5 years, so I don't think that's even the baseline case, no matter how good you think Josh Allen is. Normally there's some lows to his career, but let's just as a hypothetical, let's say he does that. I mean, we're talking about approaching the top 15 already at that point. So if he were to have another 10 years of really, really outstanding performance, he could probably even get all the way into the top 10. The thing is about these rankings, and this is kind of like the good old normal distribution of performance, is that once you get near the tips, it really starts spreading out. So the differences between number 1 and number 2 in these rankings and number 10 is a lot bigger than the difference between number 10 and number 20. So, getting close to that top 10 sort of range is definitely something he can do. Now, once you start to talk about the top 5 or further, we're talking about, at least 10 years of this really high level performance.
Kevin Cole joining us on the Worcester Hotline. Kevin, one final thing, like as you do this, is there a quarterback that kind of just surprises you? You build it out and then you run the numbers and you kind of put it all together. And I guess a different way to ask it is, what quarterback would you kind of go to war for about this guy was underappreciated through his career?
Well, I mean, I guess the one who jumps out, and people can decide if they want to go to war for him or not. But I'll just go by the numbers here. I mean, Ken Anderson, so former Bengals quarterback Ken Anderson is the one who jumps out. At least from a statistical performance perspective, he's by far the highest, getting into the top 15 as someone who is not in the Hall of Fame, is not going to be necessarily someone who really is seen as being someone on that sort of honors. He doesn't have the titles, doesn't have great performance in the playoffs, but his numbers are absolutely outstanding when it comes outside of the playoffs. And maybe a more modern, well, I guess he's somewhat on the modern side, but I would say someone who's a more recent contemporary is Phillip Rivers. Is probably a guy that really does not have that playoff performance, but just really, really consistently great play, and just happened to play in the same era as Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and Drew Brees and Aaron Rodgers and all these other guys. So maybe gets lost a little bit in the mix, and people probably don't see him. But he would be, he's like head and shoulders and torso above someone like Eli Manning, who may end up making the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
Probably will. What about on the flip end of that? Because I know Burrow was very low in your list. I mean, he's on the list, but I think I counted like 10, 11 active quarterbacks ahead of him. What would be your best explanation for Burrow, who's made a Super Bowl, being lower than some other guys who haven't?
Well, I mean, you just have the 5 seasons for Burrow, so he's lacking a bit in the peak play because he's had some injury-riddled seasons. So that'll boost up a lot once he gets in there and he gets some more like healthy full seasons into the mix. And maybe where he differs from public perception, I would say in the playoffs. I mean, I have his numbers in the playoffs as being fairly mediocre, almost like a wash, where they've won some games in some of the playoff runs where it wasn't really about his play as much as it was about the defense's play. And he's also had some really poor games in the playoffs where the team has been able to advance in some of those playoff runs. So I think that's where the real difference is. And, what I'll say about him, though, is I think he had a legitimately great year last year, whereas maybe in prior years is a little bit more up and down and he got a little bit too much hype for those years. I think he did turn around this last season. So after a couple of more years, you're going to see him really accelerate up.
Kevin Cole, unexpectedpoints.com for the podcast and the newsletter. Kevin, thanks very much. We'll be watching all the way the countdown, the top 30 now.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Kevin Cole, formerly PFF, now unexpectedpoints.com newsletter and podcast. A lot of quarterback stuff, advanced game reviews, draft coverage. As he was going through something, I've got, we'll do a quick little trivia question here.
Sure.
You can each have a guess.
Okay.
He mentioned adjusted net yards per attempt.
Yes.
Which takes into account sacks, interceptions.
I think runs on pass plays too, maybe not. I don't know. But it's definitely sacks.
It can't take runs because that's not a pass attempt.
on plays that were okay, there's a different number that includes runs on called pass plays, but that must not be this.
Okay.
That must not be this.
So in the adjusted net yards per attempt, I've got this for NFL history.
Okay.
I've got the top like 200 single seasons ever.
Uh-huh.
One quarterback is in the top 10 twice. Adjusted net yards per attempt, one NFL quarterback all time is in the top 10 twice. You can each have a guess. And I'll tell you who it is.
I'm going to guess that it's Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, he guesses Aaron Rodgers.
I was going to go Brett Favre.
Okay.
I was also going to say Rodgers, but I can't think.
Take
of
another one.
You can say Rodgers.
I'll also go with Rodgers.
Rodgers is correct.
Rodgers.
Yep. He's the only one to have two top 10s. If you go to 11 and 12, then Peyton Manning and Tom Brady both get it. But if you go to 13, you get to Rodgers 3 times.
Wow.
Yeah. So it is. If anybody asking how, has he damaged his legacy? The answer is definitely yes. Definitely. He was. It doesn't change what he actually did. But what is a legacy? A legacy is what people remember.
Right.
And if you throw on stuff at the end that's distracting from the stuff you did at the beginning,
sure,
you have not undone it, but you have definitely distracted from it. So
I remember arguing with buddies about him. Like, I think he's the most talented quarterback I've ever seen. I don't care how many rings Tom Brady has. It'd be if he was in New England, he'd win 10.
Yeah.
But he had the one, and then I don't even think about him in that way anymore. It still might be true that he's the most talented quarterback I've ever seen in my life. Maybe, Allen and Mahomes and Jackson will put that to the test. But there was a time where I thought that, and I haven't thought about it in years because what do I think of when he comes up? I think of him, having press conferences about being mad in Green Bay and, all the Jet stuff and taking trips to do drugs in Egypt and Pat McAfee show and he's wearing a wedding ring, but is he actually married? Just like everything is just the other stuff now with him.
Can I tell you that I just yesterday, this is one of those, I'm sorry to admit I read this article, but I don't know, it's June. I read an article from, I think it was Yahoo, that was wondering if he actually is married.
Yeah, there's
speculation. There's speculation. Like, is he really married?
Right.
He's not legally registered anywhere. There's no sort of paperwork. I mean, his family doesn't know anything about it. Not that his family would know, but that's the that's the reality that he has kind of created, is that people don't trust what he says. So he wears a ring and says, "I'm married," and we're like, do you think he is?
But the way he has acted, or the way he has conducted himself in recent years, it doesn't really feel like it's that far past him to wear a wedding ring and then not actually be married. I think, right? It's a little bit of the we'll see how did he talk about it in this press conference? The immunized versus vaccinated thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where he said immunized because he knew everybody would...
He said inoculated.
Or inoculated, because he knew everybody would take that to mean the other thing, and this would be kind of the same thing.
Right.
I don't know that he said I'm married, though.
I think he did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he actually confirm that?
To the inoculation
I thought he
point,
said something weird about how he answered the question, but maybe not.
Yeah. He wore a ring.
But this is his legacy now. His legacy is all this stuff. All the other stuff.
That's right.
And it could have just been, you're one of the best quarterbacks of all time.
Maybe
like one of the 5 best quarterbacks of all time. Again, I think most talented ever. He should have more than one Super Bowl, but he's got the one, so that's fine.
Well, maybe he can do some repairing this year with Mike Tomlin.
With what?
It could happen.
It's not going to happen.
I'm not ruling it out.
It's not going to happen. I saw Dan Orlovsky today say he thinks they could win up to 12 games. And get out. No chance. Not in that division, especially.
That'll depend on how good the Bengals are. That's what I would say. How good are the Bengals about to be? The Steelers, of course, they open with the Jets. They open Jets, Seahawks, Patriots, Vikings, Browns, Bengals. Colts are in there.
Yeah.
If the Bengals are not very good, the Steelers could win 12 games. They have some tough schedules.
By the way,
tough games along the way.
He is not the all-time leader, I guess, in adjusted yards per attempt, despite the fact that he's on that
adjusted
list twice.
net yards per attempt.
Ah, there we go.
Yes.
Because adjusted yards per attempt, he is second to Brock Purdy, who was number one all-time.
Purdy, the top 10 adjusted net yards per attempt seasons that I just had up for you a minute ago, like Purdy was on the list.
Purdy was.
So was
Purdy.
was Nick Foles.
Purdy was higher than Burrow was in Kevin Cole's GOAT series.
Yeah.
Now, he also did make it to a Super Bowl. Okay, because I've got, let's see, net yards per attempt, I've got Purdy still above Rodgers. But maybe this is like, maybe there's a certain minimum that I should be setting for Purdy, because he only has 1,000 attempts and Rodgers has 5,000 attempts.
I went to single season. What I just did was single season.
Right. I'm saying like totals over their career, it goes Purdy, Otto Graham, Mahomes, Jackson, and then Rodgers. That's your top 5 all time.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. So training camp is on the way. July 23rd, we start training camp. NHL offseason is upon us.
Are we not going to get joint practices for the Bills this year? Because the Giants, I think there was a thought maybe it could be them, and they've scheduled joint practices with somebody else.
Wasn't there a report on the Bills and the Bears?
The Bills and the Bears for this?
Yes.
I don't remember seeing that, but maybe.
Yeah, 16 hours
okay, there
ago.
you go.
Bills-Bears joint practice.
Okay. August 15th?
Yep.
In Chicago. Because they'll play preseason in Chicago?
Road practices.
Yeah.
That's what they did last year in Pittsburgh, and then Allen didn't play the game because they had the joint practice, and it rained, and they thought, like, that's fine.
He was supposed to play, right? And then
How many snaps did Allen play in the preseason? I got to know this because now that he has won the MVP.
How many will he?
How many did he last year?
Did he?
Because he didn't play in Pittsburgh.
It was... Wait, last year was the year that he didn't play because it rained? There was another Pittsburgh game where they played too much because they had played poorly in the previous preseason game.
That's right.
But that was maybe 2 years ago?
Yeah, so last year they had 3 preseason games. They opened up with the Bears.
Okay.
And Allen that day was, I got to find this out. I just got to know. Allen was 2 for 3 for 22 yards.
Okay.
Against the Bears. Then they play against the Steelers, and Allen did not play.
Okay.
And then they finished out with the Panthers.
He didn't play that game.
Allen did not play. Who did for the Bills?
Oh, they brought a guy in.
2 guys.
Ben DiNucci.
And?
The founder of the Upside Down Hat movement, Ben DiNucci. And, who is it? He was a Ravens backup. Anthony Brown?
Correct.
Don't test me on I know my preseason Bills.
Apparently you do. So do I have everyone's permission to say Josh Allen should throw a maximum of 3 passes this preseason? Every year we kind of did this whole like, is it important? Is it not important? He threw 3 passes in an entire preseason and won the MVP. Are we all allowed to line up and say 1 series, 2 for 3 for 22 yards, 1 series? I'll pull up the play-by-play. It might have been 1 drive.
I mean, I really want it to be 0. But
sure,
if I have to have him appear, then sure, 1 series in 3 games.
I also want it to be 0. By the way, the Bills lost to the Bears that day at home, 33-6.
Oh,
how'd their seasons go?
Right. Look at the Bears.
Allen was. I got to find this out right now. The Bears opened the field goal. The Bills. Allen goes 2 for 3 for 22 yards. It was a pass on. He got 2 series.
2 series.
He got 1 pass to Shakir, and then a short pass to Curtis Samuel, and another incomplete pass to Dawson Knox. So he played 2 series. He did not make it out of the first quarter.
Okay.
He was done before the quarter ended.
It was do you remember this though? The year before he played like a whole half against Pittsburgh. They had appeared in a preseason game and it went poorly, and they wanted them to play more. Or maybe it was almost even a punishment.
He did play the full first quarter. 2 for 3, 22 yards because he ran once for 7 yards.
Don't do that.
And then the quarter ended, and then Trubisky went in. So Allen's preseason last year was 1 quarter, 1 game.
Listen, they need less time for him in the preseason because they need all the time in the world for this backup quarterback competition.
Mike White and Trubisky?
That we got coming, yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. It's a Thursday. It's going to be windy out there. Some pop-up storms throughout the weekend. Temps going to go into the 90s, by the way, next week.
Ooh. NBA Finals tonight, by the way. Series can end tonight.
Halliburton might not play.
I guess there's a good debate about what they should do there, and it's basically just a question of, is the coach strong enough to tell him you're not playing?
At home. In a season-ending
he's your
game.
star. He's doing everything he can to play. If you're the coach and you think their backup point guard McConnell is really good, if he thinks McConnell gives me a better chance, I wonder if he wouldn't play him anyway, or if he would play him anyway, because the guy got you there. The guy got you there. What are his teammates going to think of that, right? If you don't let him play, I feel like you're in a tough spot as a coach if you think this guy's not healthy enough to make a big enough difference for me, but he's our dude and he's doing everything he can to play. I gotta play him. Yeah. I don't know what you would do.
803-0550. When we return, anyone else noticing that the 90s Bills are getting a lot of run the last 24, 48 hours, including a mention from one iconic Buffalo athlete? I'll get to that as Edmonton's second consecutive loss has conjured up comparisons. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
This is actually a question I feel like we always bring up since McDermott got here, and there was always the talk of whether he actually even liked going away for it, and he has said repeatedly he has, but I don't know. Do you think that the future is cloudy for where they'll be at training camp?
You know, it's funny you say that because it has been a talk for a long time, and I would tell you as I sit here today, I'm not I don't know this for sure. It's not reporting information, but I'm pretty confident they'll be there next year because of just the way the stadium will be opening next year. And you'll just, what's that look like with construction still going on in the summer and making sure that you have enough room and space. I think after that, anything could happen. But I do believe Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane when they say that they value going away. Because what's funny is we kind of thought that was just saying that to say that as part of the organization when they first got the jobs. But guys, since then, they've signed multiple extensions to go back to St. John Fisher. And even before the stadium stuff came. And I do think they find a lot of value in it. Well, what they find value in is the camaraderie. It's having your one spot where everybody is together for meetings, for meals, for getting together, for the camaraderie at night or in the morning or whatever that happens. And I do think that's important to them. I also think it's important to remember there is a business side to all this, right? I mean, when Russ Brandon started St. John Fisher training camps back in 2000, it was a good idea to move it, east of Buffalo and expand that fan base, and they really did. And it's really been great for them, and Fisher's been great for them. But I think now even, after years and multiple people kind of being in charge, staying with St. John Fisher, partly because they see the value in it from the business standpoint. It does matter to have that fan base. Look, the Bills are actually one of not as many teams who go away these days. Most teams don't go away these days. They stay at their facility, and the Bills could do that. Because of what they have at their facility. I think that, though, they really enjoy the camaraderie and bringing it to the fans, and that would change a little bit on how it would look at training camp in Buffalo and Orchard Park. So, look, I think anything's on the table after the new stadium is built, but I think that this is a model that they prefer.
They have signed in 5 off seasons with Kevin Adams 6 players in unrestricted free agency to multi-year contracts.
Right.
6.
And one of them is Josh Dunn, who's like an Amerks player.
Yeah.
So it's really 5.
The 6 players to get multi-year contracts: Connor Clifton, Ilya Labushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Josh Dunn, and Sam Lafferty. Those are your multi-year contracts with Kevin Adams at the helm of these Buffalo Sabres when you get to unrestricted free agency.
And Clifton, the only one that's more than 2 years.
Yeah.
His was 3. So I don't even think it's really even saying anything. Would you be surprised if they didn't sign their biggest free agent signing this offseason? They want to do something big.
Not counting Taylor Hall, because
Not counting
it's
Taylor Hall.
1 year, $8 million.
Right. But in terms of total money given out, right now it's Clifton at $10 million.
Yeah, will they give out more than $10 million in free agency?
I think they'll give a player more than $10 million in free agency this summer.
Okay.
The bar is so low. Like, the list of available free agents, I mean, you could scroll down the list. I mean, I'll scroll past all the big guns, Besser and Bennett and Marner and Ekblad, Marchand, John Tavares, Duchesne, Gavrikov. Like, I'll just keep going and going and going. All right, let me get down to Victor Olofsson. Let's pass that one.
Is this the year that...
I'm trying to find one that doesn't like Patrick Kane. I'm trying to find one that doesn't like me and a million other things.
I mean, I'm looking at the same list, and I was just going to say, is this the year that Patrick Kane's on the team?
Maybe. Does you want to bring Jonathan Toews with him? Because he's back. Is this the year Patrick Kane is back? What is convinced Patrick Kane? If he wasn't convinced of them 2 years ago, I don't know why he'd be convinced now.
Because he wants to play and has fewer options?
Dmitry Orlov is like the 7th, rated defenseman in free agency by the list that I'm looking at. What's he going to cost? Probably more than $10 million total.
Yep.
I think his cap hit was $7 million last year. Tonight, Game 6 of the NBA Finals. The Thunder and the Pacers. Oklahoma City can win the championship for the first time since they moved to Oklahoma City. They are a 6.5-point favorite tonight. The Bills announced training camp yesterday. July 23rd will be practice number 1 at 9:45 a.m. The return of the blue and red at Highmark Stadium will be 5:30 p.m. on Friday, August 1st. You can find the link to tickets and get the details on that. It'll be a lottery for that on our website, WGR550.com, along with the whole schedule. Jair Alexander signing with the Baltimore Ravens, a 1-year deal, $4 million, worth up to $6 million. And Elliot Friedman says in 32 Thoughts yesterday that there's no indication that Alex Tuck doesn't want to sign an extension with the Sabres or that he wants a trade out of Buffalo. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, experience is good. I don't know how much experience is, beneficial. You can ask the Buffalo Bills how important Super Bowl experience is. But I think the biggest thing is just having confidence to play. And, when our guys are playing their best, they should have a lot of confidence.
Chris Knobloch, head coach of the Oilers last year. He said that before their first final, saying, experience doesn't matter. Look at the Bills. They had experience and they lost. Well, now he's lost 2, which I think makes his point still correct. Now we have experience. We lost it without, we lost it with experience. So he kind of, brought up the Bills. Ryan Miller tweeted about the Bills. That Ryan Miller?
Future Sabres GM Ryan Miller.
I was going to say, let me tweet back at him. Do you want the Sabres GM job? He responded to Ryan Whitney of Spit and Chicklets was talking about the pain of losing back-to-back for Edmonton, and he played for the Oilers. Oilers, basically, he lives and dies Oilers, right? So, all right, he's talking about the Bills and the 90s Bills, which, by the way, today's also the anniversary of No Goal, if you want that.
Yes, it is. No Goal.
Could I offer up
26 years?
This is the kind of thing that lifelong Buffalo fans have to answer this question because I can't, because I am not a lifelong Buffalo fan. I was not rooting for the Bills during the 90s. You're not old enough.
Nope.
Okay, so question for 90s Bills fans and anybody that's been through it, because I know we want them to win a Super Bowl, and they might this year. That'd be pretty great. Whenever I see these miserable sports cities indexes, which this is the time of year, right?
Yeah.
A month before training camp, you're going to get every list you can. And I see Buffalo is like the third most miserable fan base. I think, no, we're not.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all right now. And I know the Sabres are there. But
sure, like for them,
is anyone else
number one?
I guess I can't even say is anyone else, because again, I don't have the context of the 90s losses there. But you're someone that's lived through it. If you're in the chat, if you want to call us, whatever. Does anybody feel a little less of it now because life is good? Life is good.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills are good. Life is good. It doesn't undo it. You'd love to have a Super Bowl. You want to win one. Maybe winning one kind of removes the Bills from having their identity be when a team loses back-to-back championships. It's, you're on your way to being the Bills, halfway to being the Bills. Am I nuts? I just feel like even if I had gone through that, I do not consider this a miserable sports city really at all. We're mad at the Sabres.
Yep.
With good reason.
Yep.
But past that, I do not think this place is a miserable sports town of people that say, woe is me. I know that there are some.
No, I mean,
but life is so good right now if you're a Bills fan.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you get as much, obviously, as you used to of an assumption that everything is going to go wrong, right? Like, there's more of a belief, I think, in what they're doing now and Allen, that is the belief enough that people still believe they're going to win it someday, like a confidence that one of these years he's going to get the job done for them? Because, like, what the Bills more so were during the drought was, they're 3-0. You watch. 3-0, but you just wait. They're the Bills.
Everything was fake.
Everything was fake. Everything's going to go wrong because that's just how it goes. That's Buffalo. It's Billsy, right? I think they've shed that. Maybe there are still people out there that just don't really call us or tweet at us like this that are just expecting, like, all this is just to lose to the Chiefs again.
Yeah, but even that isn't that just...
I don't hear that guy as much as I did, nearly as much as I used to. So I feel like the fan base is pretty optimistic and pretty positive on the football side.
Doesn't that guy have 1 week out of 52 a year where he can pop off?
Right.
The rest of the time, and maybe it's like a month because you got to get over these AFC Championship game losses and divisional round losses. So maybe it's a month.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get to the offseason, and it's just like, all right, well, restock and reload and go with Josh Allen. Like, this is your life.
Right.
And it's not about, oh, man, here we go. Here comes the season. It's going to be, again, the hockey team's there. But
right.
But a lot of towns
have... It doesn't overvalue, it doesn't you compensate for how good the Bills make people feel, I think.
That's just a normal life. A normal sports city life. Like, name a city.
Miami.
Miami. How's Miami's sports life? The Dolphins are competitive.
Oh, wait. Are we counting the Panthers, though?
The Panthers won. No,
right.
But this is part of my point. Normal sports existence is some of your teams are good and some of your teams aren't.
Right.
That's normal.
Right. Like if you're a Panthers and a Dolphins fan, I know the Dolphins aren't maybe as bad as the Sabres are, but you're in love with your hockey team right now, and you probably hate your football team, or you're mad at your football team.
Maybe they make the playoffs.
That's why I mean it's at least better than the Sabres, but you got to be mad at them.
Sure.
I mean,
let's go to Cleveland. How's Cleveland?
Oh,
well,
furious.
The Browns are a mess. The Cavs had an amazing season.
Right.
It's normal to have some ups and downs. We did have concurrent droughts with the Sabres and Bills where nobody was good or nobody. And to me, that was a time to be kind of miserable. And the Bills broke out of it, and we've been fine since. You have one good team and one bad team. I feel like that's most of sports life. How about Detroit? Wow, look at the Lions are good. How are the Tigers? How are the Red Wings?
And that took a minute. Detroit maybe, like you just mentioned, that overlap with the Bills and Sabres droughts. Detroit, I think, had like a 5-6 year period there where everyone was terrible. But no, right? Like now the Lions are great. The Pistons are even good, and like the Red Wings kind of are average, and the Tigers are bad.
Yeah.
So like you have a couple of teams that aren't that good and a couple of teams that are great. Like really, other than I mentioned, Detroit had that for a couple of years. Is there even a sports city where right now everything is terrible? Everything is terrible.
I would submit one. Yes, but they don't know it yet because they're holding on for dear life.
Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the Pirates are a disaster.
The Pirates,
the Steelers are the posters of a cat holding onto a branch.
Yeah.
And
the Penguins are over.
Senior citizens.
Yes.
All due respect. As I get older, approaching 50. All right, we'll get some calls on this.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's a good one. That's tough.
Is knocking on the door.
Yeah, they're in store, I think, for maybe a tough couple years.
Jordan in Wilmington. Hey, Jordan, good morning.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I agree. I definitely think it's the Bills' time where we're looking for things to find wrong, like the Cook situation or Dalton Kincaid's thigh. Little meaningless things that no one cares about, that we want to build up hype because we used to have Stephon Diggs and we used to have all this drama. Now we don't have nothing. It's like now Cook's coming back. We're like, oh crap, we just have Josh Allen. We got the best quarterback. So it's like now hopefully this means there's going to be an upward trend for the Sabres. And I don't know. I checked out the Sabres a couple of years ago, and I mean I'm always checking back in the beginning of the season. This year I was out quarter of the season in, and I'm always refreshed, but I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. Yeah, our big fights about the Bills, what are they really? It's should they pay the awesome running back, or will they be awesome without him?
They're kind of niche debates.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
More than like when people would go to war over what quarterback they wanted or whether the coach should be fired. Although we still have a little bit of that, but it was much more. But if on a daily basis. By the way, apologies to the Detroit Tigers who are in first place in their division.
But the point about the fights, like it used to be, the GM would say so and so's the coach, and if you don't like it, you can get out of town. And the famous fight that the GM and we had on the radio station was about the value of drafting wide receivers a little bit earlier. That was the big fight. Right. It was like, what was it really about?
You wanted a third-round receiver.
Admit it. Right. We were arguing about a fourth-round pick, whether or not, from a salary cap standpoint, it would be more optimal. The point is, the arguments mid-season are like, what? And to that point, we kind of just get to have a good time September through January, knowing that they're probably going to make the playoffs, and then the stress arrives. The stress arrives for last year. When did the stress show up? Baltimore. Denver's a first-round playoff matchup. This should be okay here, and they whomp Denver.
Yep.
And then Baltimore, it got real. The season didn't get real in terms of what you could lose until the divisional round.
Yeah, that's right. You know, actually a sign of that confidence and that optimism, I think you could actually look at that Denver game. That Denver game, they scored on they scored on their first drive a long touchdown to Troy Franklin. Were you nervous?
A little bit, because they never get beat over the top.
Tiny bit.
Over the top again.
Okay. The Bills in the, 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left in the third quarter. The Bills have 4th down and 1. There's 3 minutes left in the third quarter. 4th and 1 with the ball. 13-7 is the lead. That's it.
Denver?
No, Bills. The Bills are up 6.
Against Denver.
Against Denver, yes.
Yeah.
You're almost at the end of the third quarter. You're only up 6 points. Did anybody in the world have any anxiety?
I don't even remember it.
You were a play away. You were a miracle touchdown to Ty Johnson away that Allen made. It's still one of the most incredible plays of the year.
Yeah.
You're his foot being an inch further back on the back of the end zone.
From the Broncos having the ball.
Turnover on downs. Broncos have the ball with 1 quarter to play, down 6. Nobody in the stadium was nervous at all. I don't think. Maybe there were a couple out there. I had zero anxiety about that game.
Yeah.
So, but what is that? That's a playoff game. That's a good team. Just like, now we're good. We're good here. I mean, back to the original part about the miserable point. Like, I just don't feel that on one side of it. And I think you kind of got to have both to some degree to label the whole city as being one of the most miserable in the U.S.
The Oilers get a second loss, and the Bills and Buffalo kind of catching strays. It is also, if you want this for you, like, why are the Bills thought of as one of America's teams? Like, people will root for the Bills if they get far. Why? There's no doubt the way they play. They like Josh Allen. There's no doubt that 4 Super Bowls is one of the reasons. There's no doubt about it at all. I'd like to see a place that got their heart broken a bunch of times get over. Right?
Yep.
So maybe it's tough to think about living through those, but I just don't think it's day-to-day life around here that, people are miserable. Happy anniversary, no goal. Anybody who was in the building want to call?
With the hockey team, it's up, so they're number one. Right? Like, if you go team by team, like a Sabre fan has his right to be as miserable as any fan in the entire sports universe right now.
That's probably right. 803-0550 on WGR.
This is actually a question I feel like we always bring up since McDermott got here, and there was always the talk of whether he actually even liked going away for it, and he has said repeatedly he has, but I don't know. Do you think that the future is cloudy for where they'll be at training camp?
It's funny you say that because it has been a talk for a long time, and I would tell you as I sit here today, I'm not I don't know this for sure. Like, it's not like reporting information, but I'm pretty confident they'll be there next year because of just the way the stadium will be opening next year. And you'll just, what's that look like with construction still going on in the summer and making sure that you have enough room and space. I think after that, anything could happen. But I do believe Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane when they say that they value going away. Because what's funny is we kind of thought that was just like saying that to say that as part of the organization when they first got the jobs. But guys, since then, they've signed multiple extensions to go back to St. John Fisher. And even before the stadium stuff came. And I do think they find a lot of value in it. Well, what they find value in is the camaraderie. It's having your one spot where everybody is together for meetings, for meals, for getting together, for the camaraderie at night or in the morning or whatever that happens. And I do think that's important to them. I also think it's important to remember there is a business side to all this, right? I mean, when Russ Brandon started St. John Fisher training camps back in 2000, it was a good idea to move it, east of Buffalo and expand that fan base, and they really did. And it's really been great for them, and Fisher's been great for them. But I think now even, after years and multiple people kind of being in charge, staying with St. John Fisher, partly because they see the value in it from the business standpoint. It does matter to have that fan base. Look, the Bills are actually one of not as many teams who go away these days. Most teams don't go away these days. They stay at their facility, and the Bills could do that. Because of what they have at their facility. I think that, though, they really enjoy the camaraderie and bringing it to the fans, and that would change a little bit on how it would look at training camp in Buffalo and Orchard Park. So, look, I think anything's on the table after the new stadium is built, but I think that this is a model that they prefer.
They have signed in 5 off seasons with Kevin Adams 6 players in unrestricted free agency to multi-year contracts.
Right.
6.
And one of them is Josh Dunn, who's like an Amerks player.
Yeah.
So it's really 5.
The 6 players to get multi-year contracts: Connor Clifton, Ilya Lyubushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Josh Dunn, and Sam Lafferty. Those are your multi-year contracts with Kevin Adams at the helm of these Buffalo Sabres when you get to unrestricted free agency.
And Clifton, the only one that's more than 2 years.
Yeah.
His was 3. So I don't even think it's really even saying anything. Would you be surprised if they didn't sign their biggest free agent signing this offseason? They want to do something big.
Not counting Taylor Hall, because it's 1 year, $8 million.
Right. But in terms of total money given out, right now it's Clifton at $10 million.
Yeah, will they give out more than $10 million in free agency?
I think they'll give a player more than $10 million in free agency this summer.
Okay.
The bar is so low. Like, the list of available free agents, I mean, you could scroll down the list. I mean, I'll scroll past all the big guns, Besser and Bennett and Marner and Ekblad, Marchand, John Tavares, Duchesne, Gavrikov. Like, I'll just keep going and going and going. All right, let me get down to Victor Olofsson. Let's pass that one.
Is this the year that...
I'm trying to find one that doesn't like Patrick Kane. I'm trying to find one that doesn't like me.
I thought I'd get a comment on my shirt today. What do you think? Who's this look like?
Oh, it's like the collar, but it's not a collar.
It's a blade collared golf shirt.
Blade collar. Doesn't Tiger wear those?
He used to wear Tiger necks and maybe some blades. You know who wears blade collars now all the time?
Who?
I feel like when I say it, you're going to say, oh, yeah, for sure.
Is it Jason Day?
It is
Rory?
not. Nope. Adam Scott wears blade collars all the time.
Oh, yeah. He does.
Yeah, I pulled the old blade collar.
That's not tan, though, so.
No, that's right. It is a kind of muted tone. Anyway, those of you watching the feed, I thought that YouTube, I thought you were like, what's it with the collar? You know what it kind of looks like? Clergy. A little bit like the collar, just a little bit like a...
Yeah.
A little bit?
Little bit.
Mixing it up. You know.
I had one that was a tiger collar, but I don't know how he wore those.
The tiger neck?
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. He wore it, didn't he wear it in his prime, too?
Yeah, he wore a lot of those.
Yeah.
The blades.
Like when it was on during the U.S. Open, the 2008 U.S. Open where he hits the putt to force a playoff against Rocco, I think he's wearing a tiger collar.
Yeah, it's a collared shirt,
whatever.
but it's a mock turtleneck. There's a lot of different... Yeah, I don't know all the terminology, but yeah, it was a fashion vibe for him for a long time. Meanwhile, Adam Schefter is going to be doing course reporting at the Travelers Championship, which starts today.
He's tracking Rory and Keegan Bradley? Okay.
Yep.
Just because he wants to do something else? Doesn't he want to go on vacation?
You know, you would think.
This is like your month off if you cover football. And he wants on his vacation to work more?
Well, it's not
work. He's following
a golfer.
Rory around.
Yeah, right.
That seems like a pretty good deal.
Did you have Rory wins the Masters and then becomes a miserable person on your bingo card?
I don't know what's going on. What's going on with him?
He's miserable all the time now. He's mad at everybody.
I mean, he's accomplished his goal, so now he's got nothing.
Now he's mad.
He feels like he's got nothing. I guess
it's weird.
I don't know. He needs a new goal. What should his new goal be?
Be nice. Relax.
Set your standards. Go. I'm gonna catch Tiger.
It should be
he's 9 away, but
yeah,
relax.
Relax a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Take it easy. 803-0550 is our phone number. We'll get some more calls in. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The Bills have a training camp schedule, which did get me thinking about golf. And by the way, we already have 2 invites out there, so beautiful. Lining it up. We're going out to camp 8 times, it would appear. Mm-hmm. We pretty much just know we're going to be there if they're practicing in the morning. We're going to be there.
Yes.
And there are 8 morning practices during the week, so we're probably out for 8 shows. in Rochester, and it's not that far away. It's a month and 4 days. Not bad.
I'm very excited. I love doing the show outside, which we get the chance to do there. And I don't know what we'll get for storylines this go-around versus maybe past training camps. But either way, something always presents itself, I think. Hairston will battle for a starting job, right? And James Cook probably won't be signed when we show up. So I think we'll still have a good what does Dalton Kincaid look like?
Yeah, I think
even just how many what does his muscle tone look like?
If I was guessing ahead of time, this will be a fun game. What will be the story of camp?
Yeah,
and I will guess that it will be a 3-week hype train for Kincaid and Coleman.
Yeah,
that's what it'll be. How they look, whether they look different, whether they look better, which we're already hearing that from OTAs, from minicamp, that Kincaid was in the gym the whole time and he was hurt, and Coleman is ready to take it, whether it's more seriously or if it's just he's in a better space to prepare to live life as an NFL player. I think that training camp will be about those two. The Bills' last two top invested offensive players and how they're ready to break out and make a difference. That or Elijah Moore, who... Again, I guess toss him in that bucket. They have signed in 5 off seasons with Kevin Adams 6 players in unrestricted free agency to multi-year contracts.
Right.
6.
And one of them is Josh Dunn, who's like an Amerks player.
Yeah.
So it's really 5.
The 6 players to get multi-year contracts: Connor Clifton, Ilya Labushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Josh Dunn, and Sam Lafferty. Those are your multi-year contracts with Kevin Adams at the helm of these Buffalo Sabres when you get to unrestricted free agency.
And Clifton, the only one that's more than 2 years.
Yeah.
His was 3. So I don't even think it's really even saying anything. Would you be surprised if they didn't sign their biggest free agent signing this offseason? They want to do something big.
Not counting Taylor Hall, because it's
Taylor Hall.
1 year, $8 million.
Right. But in terms of total money given out, right now it's Clifton at $10 million.
Yeah, will they give out more than $10 million in free agency?
I think they'll give a player more than $10 million in free agency this summer.
Okay.
The bar is so low. The list of available free agents, I mean, you could scroll down the list. I mean, I'll scroll past all the big guns: Besser and Bennett and Marner and Ekblad, Marchand, John Tavares, Duchesne, Gavrikov. I'll just keep going and going and going. All right, let me get down to Victor Olofsson. Let's pass that one.
Is this the year that...
I'm trying to find one that doesn't like Patrick Kane. I'm trying to find one that doesn't mean a million other things.
I mean, I'm looking at the same list, and I was just going to say, is this the year that Patrick Kane's on the team?
Maybe. Does he want to bring Jonathan Tays with him? Because he's back. Is this the year Patrick Kane is back? What is convinced Patrick Kane? If he wasn't convinced of them 2 years ago, I don't know why he'd be convinced now.
Because he wants to play and has fewer options?
Dmitry Orlov is like the 7th, rated defenseman in free agency by the list that I'm looking at. What's he going to cost? Probably more than $10 million total.
Yep.
I think his cap hit was $7 million last year. I'm thinking of June weddings for this, mostly though, and May. And the Sabres don't play in those months.
They don't often.
In the years that I'm going to weddings, at least for like friends of mine and family, have I been to a fall wedding maybe where there's been
a Bills game?
Yeah. Okay. Well, big. It's not definitely doesn't qualify as big, but when the Bills finished the season against New England a couple years ago, I had a wedding that was on New Year's. That was on New Year's Day, I believe, or New Year's Eve. Might have been New Year's Eve. But no, not like big. Like not a playoff game for either side. I don't think so. What about you? Like that's
2.
Okay.
I think of 2 weddings that I associate with sporting events.
Okay.
I think it's only 2. There's a third one when I'm really young, but there's a baseball game
Isn't
on.
Sabres Hurricanes one of them?
Yeah, no, Sabres Flyers.
Sabres Flyers.
The 2 weddings that I associate sporting events with. One is Sabres Flyers Game 1.
Right.
The Umberger hit happens, I'm at a wedding.
Yeah.
The Briere goal happens, the wedding is left and I'm still at the bar watching the game in Cape Cod.
Okay.
The other one is my now sister-in-law. My wife brought me to her twin sister's wedding, and we'd not been dating very long, and I was I got invited. Mm-hmm. And it's all great now. We're all family. We all got married. We all got married. Anyway, that was during the Triple Crown race at Belmont for whichever horse won, American Pharoah?
Yes. Yeah.
American Pharoah. Was that 2015?
Sounds about. It's been 10 years.
Yeah,
since that streak ended, that drought ended. Okay.
American Pharoah won the Triple Crown. Belmont would have been June 3rd, 2015. So yeah, those are my 2 sporting events during a wedding. And the thing that's different now is let's say the Sabres are in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final, and you have a wedding now. Versus 1999.
Oh, it's way easier.
It's not just way easier.
Yeah.
You almost, if you're hosting the wedding, you have to say, we have a choice here. We can either put a game on in a room, or we can have people watch it on their phones. Because we can't stop it.
Yeah, you can't.
There's no way, because for the Belmont,
people are
I was
it.
at my table, and I saw American Pharoah win it on my phone. Like,
okay.
Not jumping up and shouting,
But that makes sense as something that we don't need to dedicate a screen at the wedding to the Belmont Stakes.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
But if the Sabres are in the Stanley Cup Final,
you're going to have to. I think you have to do it now.
I think if there's going to be a good amount of sports fans at my wedding, or just people that will care about this. Maybe it's impossible. Depends on your venue, right? If it's an outdoor wedding, maybe sometimes there's only so much you can do. But I think you'd want an effort made to hey, we're gonna have this set up over here, because we know because what do you want? You don't just want everybody staring at their phones all night, right?
No,
you don't want that.
No,
if you can't stop it, would you rather have everybody kind of on their own, looking at their own phones, or would you rather have them all together and hanging out and having a good time in front of one big screen?
You'd rather have it be
you want that? Yeah.
A commute. Well, I guess it's to each their own. But wedding idea of the day: would you rather have everybody watching on their phone, or have a room dedicated to this is where you're going to go if you want to watch that game? The problem with that is, would everybody go in that room?
No, not everybody would.
No, that's right.
Enough people, and you would filter in and out. Maybe a lot of people would be back and forth. Not everybody's going to be hardcore. Got to see every single second of the game. So, I think you'd be okay. I think you'd be okay.
803-0550. We'll get some phone calls in here. 1-888-550-2550. Up next is Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Josh. And good morning, Owen. First off, before I get to my thoughts on the 90s Bills, I truly believe that Owen can take on Derrick Henry. He's big enough, he's strong enough, and I would love to see it. So I think you could do it, Owen. Trust me. Anyways, I love the fact that you brought that up, the 90s Bills. Going through that whole process of the 4 Super Bowls, first off, how many teams have ever made it to the Super Bowl 4 times in a row, which is always my comeback in an argument. The first Super Bowl against the Giants was probably the best or one of the greatest Super Bowls I ever got to witness, even though we lost, because it came down to the wire, to the end, and that was spectacular. As far as the Redskins game, I went in with expectations of winning it, and of course I was disappointed as a fan. So I want to call it miserable. I hate the Dallas Cowboys, by the way. But the thing is, it's not. I don't feel miserable as a fan. It's more like passionate frustration. Of course, we all want to win. We want to see our team win. And then there was that gap. And I always said we need another Jim Kelly. Then all of a sudden, Josh Allen comes along. And now I'm very hopeful, and I believe that there's going to be a time that we will win this. And when it does happen, it's going to be that much better for us as fans. So it's not miserable for me as a fan. The thing that I compare it to is like we can never get past Kansas City. It's always you get to the playoffs and you can't. You get to all these playoffs back to back to back, but you can't win it. But when we do win it, and we will win it with Josh Allen, I truly think that it's going to be something great. That Buffalo's going to go crazy nuts, and just believe. But for me, it was frustration. It's just a passionate fan frustration. So with that, guys, thank you for always making my mornings entertaining.
Thanks, Rob.
Love you guys.
Also worth mentioning, as we're talking about this, the Oilers losing a second in a row. I saw Warren Sharp tweeting about the Bills losing 4 straight. Now, no one knows that pain. Ryan Miller tweeted about it, saying like, ask Bills fans. They know this pain of losing back-to-back and that kind of thing. I might want to say this. It's been a long time. If you were to poll 100 random NFL fans, right? Let's play the feud. 100 NFL fans. What is the identity of the Buffalo Bills franchise? What would the number one answer be?
Josh Allen.
Okay. What would number 2 answer be?
Bills Mafia and jumping through tables.
Right. That's what I thought.
Donating to charities of other teams. Right, it would be...
That's also on the board. Like, losing 4 Super Bowls would be number 1 in 1997.
Right.
I don't know that it's number 1 anymore.
No, it probably...
Thank you for mentioning the charity one. The charity one is a legitimate, identifiable thing that this fan base does.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I thought tables.
Above 4 Super Bowls.
We did it.
Well, because really,
we did it. Well, all we had to do was jump through some tables and people forgot.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not totally forgot, but I'm glad you answered it that way because that's what I was thinking, is the identity is the fans are nuts. And passionate and,
Yeah, it might sound like it just... To other people, would it be ancient history? How about the people got people that are the age of the players in the league now? What is the 4 Super Bowls? It's maybe what I would treat the Vikings losing 4 Super Bowls as. They didn't do it in a row.
But they lost 4. But would you ever, if you're listing the Vikings franchise identity, is that is that
no,
in your
it
top
doesn't.
5?
No. Like I know it happened, but I don't think of it at all. Like I'd have to work to get to what are the Vikings known for? Like, oh well, they lost 4 Super Bowls too. It just wasn't in a row. Like that would be way down my list because it happened. It happened before I was born. And listen, like even though that's a big gap, like a big difference. When did they even lose? In the 70s, the 60s and 70s?
I'm older than you, and I don't know.
Right, like really,
I've never seen them lose a Super Bowl. I'm 45.
I think the point I kind of want to make here is everything before you were born is all kind of the same. Whether it happened 8 years before you were born or 30 years before you were born. It was all before you were born. It's all kind of the same. And you have a lot of fans now. I'm not even just saying Bills fans. I'm saying like other NFL fans that are 30 years old or older, 35, that don't remember 4 Super Bowls. So it might feel like, it's the same as Otto Graham.
Yeah, that happened. Here's some highlights. I watched a documentary.
Like Chris Knobloch is the one that makes the comment that kind of sparks this from last season. Chris Knobloch's a 55-year-old man. You know what I mean?
Yep. He's 46.
I think it might be.
He's 46.
It might be just be a generational thing.
You just did to me what that girl at Wayland did. You just made
46?
him. He's about 55. He's 46. Chris Knobloch's about 55. 9 years.
I wouldn't say about 55 if he's
46.
He's got a little bit more gray going on up top, I think, than you do.
I wear a hat.
Right. Even still, I don't know. I don't think it comes up. I don't think it's a part of it. I don't think you will see if you poll the 100 people, it's going to depend on the generation. You know? Football fan in their 50s, maybe it still is the first thing you think of. Anybody younger than that, I think it's probably not at the top of the list. So don't think it really is as big a deal. Yeah. In terms of the negative. It's not as big of a deal in terms of the negative as it used to be.
What is the thing I associate the Minnesota Vikings organization with?
Losing the horn.
Losing in the NFC Championship game to Atlanta with the best team I've ever seen.
In 98?
Yeah, they were 15-1.
Culpepper?
Gary Anderson missed a kick. Morton Anderson.
No, not Culpepper.
Morton. Yeah. No, that's
Cunningham, right?
No, that's
a different Vikings team.
That's Culpepper.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
The 1998 Vikings were 15-1.
15-1.
They were an Oh, you're right. It was Randall Cunningham.
It was Cunningham.
No, the 98. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, Cunningham.
They were very close back-to-back, and Culpepper had a year, too. I didn't remember. He was on the Madden cover, Culpepper, but was that 2001? It's not far after. And for me, like when I think Vikings, honestly, I think of Brett Favre.
Right.
Throwing across his body in the NFC Championship. And I think of the Minneapolis Miracle. Think of Diggs, right?
Yep.
Because that is one of the craziest plays I've ever seen live in my life. I was watching that with friends, and it was like 10 seconds left on their own 40. And when everyone has the realization that he's still in bounds and that there's no one in front of him.
It's like Tyler Boyd.
Yeah.
It's like the same level.
So, like, those are... When I think of Vikings, I think of that Diggs play, and I think of Favre throwing across his body. What? Tarkenton losing in the Super Bowl? Not even close.
Yeah, right. 803-0550. Derek in South Carolina. Hey, Derek.
Hey, good morning, man. How you guys doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yes, sir. I remember watching that game when Scott Norwood missed that kick, and we had to come from like the 15 all the way down to the 30 or 27 or something like that. And it was like a 43, 45-yard kick. But I'm just wondering if you guys would put the same thing into Sam Bass or put it into Josh Allen's hands. Are we going to go? Are we going to go for the field goal, or are we going to try to put it in our hands, with something else?
You're asking, would Josh have finished the job there?
Yes, sir. I'm just wondering I know Marvin Levy put it in Scott Norwood's hands back when we played the Giants. We could have won that game. I know it was cold. I know it was windy.
Was a kick to win.
I think it was a 43, 45-yard kick.
It was a 47-yard kick, and it was a kick to win.
Yeah, I mean...
Yes, sir, to win the Super Bowl. And I'm just wondering if you guys would put the same thing into Sam Bass,
Tyler Bass.
But what's the alternative? The alternative is I have 8 seconds left. I'm going to throw a pass from the 29, or am I going to kick a field goal? Is that the question?
What if but he's missed from 15.
Okay, but you're going to score a touchdown from 30 yards out?
Odds are probably no. I reckon not.
Yeah,
I reckon not. Yeah, you're probably right there.
Yeah, sorry, I don't see that as really a debate or a question. When you're going through that, I mean, you bring up Super Bowl 25, and what I did not know about the end of that game, I guess just watching it back, is, and this was probably common back then in the NFL, is how poor teams were at, like, clock management stuff. Like, yes. They had...
We did great. We came from like the 15 to like the, I don't know, like the 30 or 32 or something like that.
They got to the 29 eventually, but they had 2nd and 4 with 48 seconds left on the 40-yard line. They ran 2 plays in 50 seconds.
That's unbelievable.
To line up a 47-yard field goal.
That's bad.
I remember watching that back like, what are they doing?
This is Pete Carroll.
Hustle. Like I'm watching it live. So if it's Alan there, maybe he knows. I don't know.
Here's some. It sounds like it feels like. Thanks, Derek, for the phone call. Feels like your call was about Tyler Bass. Which, all right, you want to do that? So
yeah,
the guy that did kick the kick, from 40 to 49, his career percentage from 40 to 49 yards, Norwood, was 55%.
Okay.
This is a little bit of a testament to how kickers are way better now.
Yeah.
Kickers are so much better. You know what Tyler Bass's career from
it's definitely
40
higher.
to 49 is? 79%.
Yeah. Huge difference.
Huge difference.
Yep.
I guess the lesson is today.
Bass does miss to that side sometimes. He's got a little bit of
Who
a
cares
slice.
what side you miss to? He makes 79% from that distance.
I know.
And forget, I'm going to make the Drake meme where he's like pushing something off and then, that meme where you're, no, not that. That's what I want. No, not would Josh Allen have finished the job. Yes, would Tyler Bass have made the kick?
Yeah.
Whatever. The point of this segment was to talk about how that Super Bowl was no longer a defining characteristic of the organization. And here we are.
If that kick goes through, is there less anxiety about this team right now?
Yes, if that kick goes through,
because even for me and you,
we are a major metropolis with 4 sports teams, 10 championships, 4 cups. We all have our own flying jetpacks, and there's a beer tap in every room.
Right.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Though, like for me and you, it would be different probably because you're not a Bills fan then, and I'm not alive yet, but. But even maybe for us, like there is an anxiety about whether they will win in this era, and if they had one already, but it was 35 years ago.
Yeah,
I wonder how different it would feel.
Okay, so franchises to have won a Super Bowl, but it's further back than that.
Sure,
because you could do it that way and say, how do these fans handle everything that happens? How do the
Raiders?
Yeah.
Or who's good right now? Like who should win right now? That has won, but it's been a long time.
The Dolphins.
Yeah, but no one's saying they should win a Super Bowl.
No, but the point is, do they get mad? Do they sit there and think, who cares that we won in the 70s? It's 2025.
Right, yeah.
Teams that have won.
Washington.
It's the Jets. It's the Dolphins. It's
Washington's been 35 years.
The Raiders, Washington.
Right. Like, does them winning in 91 do anything for the 30-year-old fan who's going to need to see them win a Super Bowl at some point with Jaden Daniels? Right. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't know how different it is.
I guess
because it's not just for me. It's also knowing all my dad and family members that have been watching this team forever. If they had all had one, again, I think the feeling would be probably a little different.
What you're saying, this makes sense, is if we're sitting here saying, hey, the losses really, it's down the board on what the franchise is identified by, you'd say the same if they had won one of them. Like when I say to you, tell me about the Washington franchise. What's their franchise identity? You don't say they won a Super Bowl in 1991. You say their owner was a mess. They changed their name. They have been embroiled in scandal for decades. They've been terrible.
Their stadium leaks water from the upper deck.
They finally have a new quarterback. 1991 is not the thing that's top of mind for a Washington fan. So
sure.
Fun conversation. 803-0550 is our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring if you'd like. A lot of responses to a thing I tweeted about the Sabres and unrestricted free agency. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the morning. Get that list back for you. If you're not on Twitter, haven't seen this, just maybe we are a miserable sports city once I read you this list. No, whatever. We'll have a little fun with some Sabres news or waiting for Sabres news coming up here on WGR.
This is actually a question I feel like we always bring up since McDermott got here, and there was always the talk of whether he actually even liked going away for it, and he has said repeatedly he has, but I don't know. Do you think that the future is cloudy for where they'll be at training camp?
It's funny you say that because it has been a talk for a long time, and I would tell you as I sit here today, I'm not I don't know this for sure. This is not reporting information, but I'm pretty confident they'll be there next year because of just the way the stadium will be opening next year, and you'll just what's that look like with construction still going on in the summer and making sure that you have enough room and space. I think after that, anything could happen. But I do believe Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane when they say that they value going away. Because what's funny is we kind of thought that that was just like saying that to say that as part of the organization when they first got the jobs. But guys, since then they've signed multiple extensions to go back to St. John Fisher, and even before the stadium stuff came. And I do think they find a lot of value in it. Well, what they find value in is the camaraderie. It's having your one spot where everybody is together for meetings, for meals, for getting together, for the camaraderie at night or in the morning or whatever that happens. And I do think that's important to them. I also think it's important to remember there is a business side to all this, right? I mean, when Russ Brandon started St. John Fisher training camps back in 2000, it was a good idea to move it, east of Buffalo and expand that fan base, and they really did. And it's really been great for them, and Fisher's been great for them. But I think now even, after years and multiple people kind of being in charge, staying with St. John Fisher, partly because they see the value in it from the business standpoint. It does matter to have that fan base. Look, the Bills are actually one of not as many teams who go away these days. Most teams don't go away these days. They stay at their facility. And the Bills could do that because of what they have at their facility. I think that, though, they really enjoy the camaraderie and bringing it to the fans, and that would change a little bit on how it would look at training camp at in Buffalo and Orchard Park. So, look, I think anything's on the table after the new stadium is built, but I think that this is a model that they prefer.
They have signed in 5 off seasons with Kevin Adams 6 players in unrestricted free agency to multi-year contracts.
Right.
6.
And one of them is Josh Dunn, who's like an Amerks player.
Yeah.
So it's really 5.
The 6 players to get multi-year contracts: Connor Clifton, Ilya Labushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Josh Dunn, and Sam Lafferty. Those are your multi-year contracts with Kevin Adams at the helm of these Buffalo Sabres when you get to unrestricted free agency.
And Clifton, the only one that's more than 2 years.
Yeah.
His was 3. So I don't even think it's really even saying anything. Would you be surprised if they didn't sign their biggest free agent signing this offseason? They want to do something big.
Not counting Taylor Hall, because it's
Taylor Hall.
1 year, $8 million.
Right. But in terms of total money given out, right now it's Clifton at $10 million.
Yeah, will they give out more than $10 million in free agency?
I think they'll give a player more than $10 million in free agency this summer.
Okay.
The bar is so low. Like, the list of available free agents, I mean, you could scroll down the list. I mean, I'll scroll past all the big guns: Besser and Bennett and Marner and Ekblad, Marchand, John Tavares, Duchesne, Gavrikov. Like, I'll just keep going and going and going. All right, let me get down to Victor Olofsson. Let's pass that one.
Is this the year that
I'm trying to find one that doesn't, like Patrick Kane? I'm trying to find one that doesn't mean a million other things.
I mean, I'm looking at the same list, and I was just going to say, is this the year that Patrick Kane's on the team?
Maybe. Does you want to bring Jonathan Toews with him? Because he's back. Is this the year Patrick Kane is back? What is convinced Patrick Kane? If he wasn't convinced of them 2 years ago, I don't know why he'd be convinced now.
Because he wants to play and has fewer options?
Dmitry Orlov is like the 7th, rated defenseman in free agency by the list that I'm looking at. What's he going to cost? Probably more than $10 million total.
Yep.
I think his cap hit was $7 million last year.
it. Madonna. Yari Letnin. Brett Hull on this line for the Dallas Stars. Just by Hull. Shot. Yari Letnin. Hull. Loose puck. Hull. Shot. Star. The Dallas Stars. Brett Hull. They've won the Stanley Cup. Deep in the heart of Texas, the Stars are shining.
The legendary Gary Thorne. Love Gary Thorne. How many years ago?
26.
26 years ago. Oh, and how old are you?
-3.
All right. Well, you didn't get a chance to chime in at the time. Time for our senior goaltending correspondent, Owen Parker, to break down no goal. Let's do it. As a goalie.
Carter Courtney with a shot off the post. Parker got his pad back over to keep it out. Owen Parker shows off his flexibility.
Hey, as a goalie, should that guy have gotten that?
As a goalie.
As a goalie.
Brought to the blue line right in the middle. It's Metcalf now to the far boards again. Cross-ice pass, open cage. Owen Parker with a glove save.
If you look at a game where you get 29 shots on goal against and give up 7 is not good.
Now it's time for As a Goalie with senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker.
Yeah, no goal. What'd you see on the play?
A foot in the crease. I mean, I have nightmares about this, despite even still being -3 years old, aka not even thought of yet.
I like to say this every year on this day. Don't we all, at least now, that was the rule. That was a bad rule.
Yes.
It's a dumb rule.
It's a stupid rule.
It's a very dumb rule. It was a rule. That's not the debate, blah, blah, blah. But thank goodness that's no longer a rule. Can you imagine they took goals off the board for that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's heartbreaking.
Can I make one defense of it? I don't like it.
You could say it's much more cut and dry than did the guy hit the goalie, because nobody seems to know what goaltender interference is.
It'd be so much less subjective.
I got a lot of respect for that point. Goaltending interference in the NHL now is such a nightmare to think about every single time. I've tried over the past, 3 years since it's been a story to deeply analyze every single goaltender interference challenge I see, and I am wrong 70% of the time, probably. I never know what they're doing, because like you said, there's no cut and dry. You can do this, can't do this, can do this, can't do this. It's just, it wasn't that significant a contact right before the puck went in. That's good. Or then you also get, he touched him 4 minutes ago, and we're not going to count it now.
Right.
It's just ridiculous.
The rule I'm reading right now, the rule at the time was a player couldn't score with his skate in the crease. But they ruled the goal valid because Hull maintained possession of the puck as it left the crease.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Possession is another one of these gray areas.
It was just explaining away
a giant mistake.
That a double overtime Stanley Cup winning goal shouldn't have counted, and that they let it go. They don't want to be embarrassed by it.
You know, you say you wake up and you have nightmares about that goal. Do you think Gene Steratore also does? He wasn't asked his opinion?
No, he wasn't. I mean, he would have been in his glory, though.
Let's go to, who was the NHL rules guy? Dave Jackson?
Yeah.
Let's go to Dave Jackson. Every time they go to him, he's like, maybe.
Yeah. I love how often the announcers get it wrong, too. They're so confident sometimes, too. They think so with so much gusto. Oh, this is not going to count. This shouldn't count. Ref comes out. We got a good goal.
Yep.
All right.
I've never watched Hasek on the play. He's just doing his normal thing, though, right? He's on his belly, and he's reaching out to kind of slap it away, and then after he doesn't do that, what does he do? He's sprawled out in a way that he often would make saves, right?
Yep.
So he's fully along the ice.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if I can ask you, because who evaluates Hasek?
If I was trying to do
this is
as
what
a
he is.
goalie, when if I was doing this in the 90s when Hasek was around, you'd ask me as a goalie, what do you think on this? And I go, I have no idea.
It's his own unique technique.
There's no. He's such an anomaly. I love watching old clips of him because it's just it's a different sport he was playing in there. Totally different sport.
26 years ago today.
Greatest to ever do it.
Dallas.
Yep. All right. What else?
Are you watching that game live? You're not here yet?
I'm not here. I'm in college. No, I am not watching it live. I fell asleep.
I've had confirmation from my family that I was with my grandparents watching that game at 4 years old right to the very end. I don't remember it, but I believe them that I was watching it. So,
all right. No memory?
Say that. No memory at all. Nothing. It's probably good. Probably for the best.
Yep. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. That's how it goes normally. That's the order of the days.
Yes, it's generally.
Sorry, it's off the air. We didn't get it on the air. There's a bear?
There's a bear that was spotted this morning in South Buffalo somewhere.
We had an Amherst bear once.
Yeah.
At least once. We got a South Buffalo bear?
Could this be the same bear?
I mean, maybe.
Is it possible?
Is he on his way to Amherst?
How many bears
He's
are
coming
there?
from the southern tier, probably, right? He's lost. He's made it all the way up. He's trying to get back to Amherst. He's like, yeah, like 5 years ago, I was going somewhere.
Yeah.
The South Buffalo bear?
Unless he heard there were some good wings up there, and that's why he was there. There's a South Buffalo bear. How many bears would there be in, like, Erie County?
One? No, county's big.
No, more than that.
How many bears in Erie County?
How many bears are there in Erie County?
Probably only if they come into Erie County. Now that I think about it, because like
You
Erie
don't think
County
they're native
ends,
to Erie County?
No, Erie County ends like near where I grew up, and there was never any bears down there. They're all like near like Allegheny, down near the PA line, like in Ellicottville and like further down from that.
Okay.
New York black bear harvest summary. I'm deep in this now.
Wow.
Yeah. These are people hunting bears.
Oh, okay. That's legal?
In some places, I suppose, yeah.
Okay. Well, this bear was just going for a stroll. He was on the sidewalk on the ring video that I saw from this morning.
How many?
I've not seen any sightings in like a couple hours, though, I believe.
We did this once with foxes where we're talking about, like, how many different animals are, like, you see, like, oh, that's a bear.
Right, like
fox is easy because fox is orange. We saw a fox.
And the tails.
We saw a fox the other day. I was driving out to Tri-County, saw a fox. Like, that's a fox.
That's a fox.
I think you would have to triple take it a bear. Because you would think, is that a dog? What is that?
A bear?
Yes, a black bear looks like a dog.
The picture of this black bear
pretty
is
big.
pretty. No, but that bear
depends.
It's
time.
A small bear.
It depends time of year.
But what's a small bear? The size of a Great Dane? Is there one breed of dog that would graduate to that size?
I mean, depending on the height, maybe like a German Shepherd.
Like I'm not talking a 700-pound grizzly. I'm talking a 200-pound.
Bears go between 130 and 500 pounds.
Black.
Okay.
So what's a large breed dog? It'd probably get up to like 200. A really large.
A really
breed dog.
large dog would be like like a Great Dane or a
170?
Mastiff. Sure.
Welcome to our new segment.
I think I would know it's a bear right away.
Our new segment, dog or bear?
A Bernese mountain dog gets anywhere between 70 and 95 pounds.
That's below
bear threshold.
That's not that big. That's not
Bernese
that big.
mountain dogs are big.
That's not that big of a breed. No, it's not. You're thinking of a different dog.
You're not even.
There's also St. Bernards, but
that one's not even. That's not even 50% or 40% within the size.
Bull
of a bear.
Mastiffs go up to 130.
That's what you want. That's what you want.
English Mastiffs.
Great Danes, Mastiff mixes.
I grew up with a Bull Mastiff and then an English Mastiff. It was like 150 and 170 pounds.
English Mastiff, I've got that up to 240.
Yeah.
There you go.
Our English Mastiff was a big dog.
Isn't the bear the only animal around here that would get spotted and make the news?
I think
you're right about the foxes, but I'm not reading a news story today like fox spotted in Elma.
No, that's right. Coyotes don't make the news because they just kind of go away. When it's a bear,
unless they're in the city though. Coyotes like in.
Maybe.
I've seen a coyote in North Buffalo for sure. Yeah.
Like if there was a wolf
on my way to work, I've seen a coyote.
Like downtown, I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, make the news. If there was a wolf somewhere around town, like that would make the news.
Albino deer makes the news. There's an albino deer.
Okay.
And what else makes the news? I mean, presumably, if there was a
mountain lion,
a giraffe in South Buffalo, it would make the news. Presumably,
yes.
Whoa, we got a giraffe.
Where did that come from? Check the zoo.
That's a weird looking dog.
Yeah, imagine that. It's mostly bear, though, I think.
Yeah. How many bears in Erie County?
Again, like none of these. I've never heard of like an elk finding its way into.
Elk are
Buffalo.
native to southern or northern PA.
Okay.
You
Well,
can,
do they ever
hunt
venture up here?
elk in northern PA?
I don't know. Ever hear about them venturing up here though? Mountain lions, I think, once in a while, and that's about it.
Has there ever been an elk spotted in Buffalo?
I'm going to bet no.
Most of these searches are taking me to Elk Street and a different Buffalo.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get to Extendo Sports, 803-0550. Are we going to breathlessly follow the Bear story? I'll do it. I'm into it. I mean, it's the off season. It's peak Bear following season, if we want to do it. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The Bills have a training camp schedule, which did get me thinking about golf. And by the way, we already have 2 invites out there, so I'm
Beautiful.
lining it up. We're going out to camp 8 times, it would appear.
Mm-hmm.
We pretty much just know we're going to be there if they're practicing in the morning. We're going to be there.
Yes.
And there are 8 morning practices during the week, so we're probably out for 8 shows in Rochester. And it's not that far away. It's a month and 4 days. Not bad.
I'm very excited. I love doing the show outside, which we get the chance to do there. And I don't know what we'll get for storylines this go-around versus maybe past training camps. But either way, something always presents itself, I think. Hairston will battle for a starting job, right? And James Cook probably won't be signed when we show up. So I think we'll still have a good. What does Dalton Kincaid look like?
Yeah, I think
even just how many what does his muscle tone look like?
If I was guessing ahead of time, this will be a fun game. What will be the story of camp?
Yeah,
and I will guess that it will be a 3-week hype train for Kincaid and Coleman.
Yeah,
that's what it'll be. How they look, whether they look different, whether they look better, which we're already hearing that from OTAs, from minicamp, that Kincaid was in the gym the whole time and he was hurt, and Coleman is ready to take it, whether it's more seriously or if it's just he's in a better space to prepare to live life as an NFL player. I think that training camp will be about those two. The Bills' last two top invested offensive players and how they're ready to break out and make a difference. That or Elijah Moore, who... Again, I guess toss him in that bucket. Tomorrow on the show, might have to get Josh as a Bear guy.
He used to be a Bear guy.
Oh, retired
he's
Bear
retired
guy.
now.
I'm out of the game.
Resident Bear guy.
No more. The Amherst Bear tweeted, "It wasn't me." So there's a bear in South Buffalo.
Yeah, this guy I know, he used to do a lot of bear studies and things like that. Taught me everything I know about bears, so I can do my best to fill in. But yeah, it was pretty cool. Like, he had a lot of just great bear stories from over the years. He used to just basically, if they got to South Buffalo, take them out of South Buffalo and then relocate them to where they're supposed to be. It's pretty cool.
Do you know the rule on black bear versus brown bear?
If it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back?
Yep.
Okay. I couldn't remember the...
That is right.
I know there was like a thing, but I couldn't remember it.
This is where I'll tell the story, the quick little note that's my favorite thing to tell from my trip to Alaska, which is went for a hike around some glacier. I forget which glacier it was. I apologize. There's a lot of them. Anyway, went for a hike in a glacier, and there was a sign at the park on the going in, and it said that, like, if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lay down. And then there was a line below that from the park that said, this is about a brown bear, if it starts to eat you, fight back.
Oh, that's usually a good rule of thumb,
right.
probably.
It's fun to read
so
that sign.
Lay down. But once you're being eaten by a bear, permission granted, go fight.
What do you do if it says you got to keep laying down? That's the real.
That's going to take some willpower.
Yeah,
that's going to be tough.
I had a buddy that was playing junior up in Alaska in Anchorage, and the bigger problem up there is the moose.
Yeah, they'll just walk through town.
The moose are crazy up there. He would send me a video like every day of like an 800-pound moose.
Yep.
Like in his driveway. And it was like, if there was a moose out there, you can't go near it because it'll just walk over you and like that's it.
You guys ever see the videos of people feeding a moose out like their back door? Like it walks up and they feed it like an apple and then it walks away.
I'd be so scared.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I just wouldn't open the door.
Big, dude.
They're huge.
It's mind-boggling.
All right, so free agency approaches for the Sabres and for other teams in the NHL. We had this stat earlier in the day, just to kind of like maybe make it on the bet board, over/under on term they're willing to give out. Will they give out 2.5 years, more or less than 2.5 years in free agency? They've only done it with Kevin Adams once. Connor Clifton got 3. Nobody else in his 5 off seasons has gotten more than 2 years in unrestricted free agency. The most they've ever offered in a multi-year deal at that time, because Taylor Hall got 1 year, 8. The most they've offered in a multi-year deal is also Connor Clifton, like 3.3. They have signed 6 players to multi-year deals in the Kevin Adams era of unrestricted free agency. Now, you might want to say, like, hey, free agency isn't the spot to do it. That might be right. But it's just, these are facts. The 6 players they've signed to multi-year deals as free agents. Jason Zucker, 1-year deal. They re-signed him. Maybe you want to say that that's a good story, and that would be right. Connor Clifton, Ilya Lyubushkin, Eric Comrie, Cody Eakin, Sam Lafferty, Josh Dunn. That is free agency for the Sabres the last 5 years. And we had somebody responding on Twitter about how no one wants to play here. What would you expect? Part of the point has to be, if you're the GM of the Sabres, I know it's definitely tough. Like, you have a bit of a catch-22 where no one wants to come here, so you can't get players, and you can't get players, so no one wants to come here. But if 22% of the league has no trade clauses and can say no to you, all those players are off the table. Now I've got to go to the players that are free agents. They might be inclined to say no. I might have to pay a tax. I might have to pay an additional year of term. I might have to pay an additional $1 million per year or two. When they signed Zucker, there was a belief that was a little bit of an overpay. And he stayed on a 2-year deal, and his AAV for the next 2 years is lower.
Yeah.
So he signed for 1 year for 5, and then he re-signed for 4.75, I think is what it was.
Yeah.
So think about that for a second. You overpaid to get a guy, and you thought, like, this isn't so bad. I'll sign, and it's only, $250,000 less. But the point is, if you are not playing in an even playing field, you probably have to pay a tax. You probably have to pay more in term, in AAV, and if you're not doing that, then you probably aren't competing in free agency. So we'll see if this is a year they're able to, willing to, and able to. Those are two different things. We don't always get to see how willing they are because a guy has to say yes, and those are the 6 that have said yes to multi-year deals in these last 5 off seasons. So there you go. That was the Sabres chatter for you. Coming up at the top of the hour, it's the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Brayton Wilson popping in. Right on cue. His time of year here, it's draft season, so if you want to dig deep into the NHL draft, like Brayton might be able to help you there. He's constantly up to date on what's going on in the NHL draft. He'll have Paul Hamilton, he'll have Rob Ray, he'll have Mike Moriel in the next couple days. So Brayton's taking control as we get closer and closer to the NHL draft, which is a week from Friday. It's the 27th, right? 27th, that's right. I'll be off on Friday, recovering from my 100 holes. But we have the Ride for Roswell kickoff party. We'll be at that. So busy week next week, just the same. So the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way. We're back tomorrow morning here on WGR.